Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, June the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. I've already got a couple of yeses. You can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same for me. Thank you. So, I see there's some data issues you guys are having with Slim. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be anything going on with Trade Ideas, which is nice. Thank you, Torty. I'm not seeing too much excitement this morning, guys, on my there are some stocks that are up, of course, and down, but a lot of these are just the sub $1 stocks. CORZZZ is up. I'm trying to see. Submits a pre-investigational drug NDA to the FDA. Okay, so there's your news for CORZZ. ZZ, we don't even have any float information for them. That's interesting. No float information. I wonder why. Give me a moment, okay? Hmm. This is something that I type it in right? CORZZ. It's not showing up on the dilution tracker either. It's some. This is this new? I've seen this one before. I'm sure I've seen this one before. No, it's not showing up. This is not showing up. Is it kind of weird? This is not showing up in Interactive Brokers as a symbol. CORZZ. It is not showing up. Oh, it's warrants. Okay, that's why. Oh, well, okay, dumb. Here we go. I'm sorry, guys. So it's CORZ. CORZ. Sorry about that. So 156 million in the float. I thought it was one of those weird five letter stock symbols, but it is not. You're right. It's the warrants. So here it is. So it's CORZ to follow. Hit let's see, $8.28 or so. Pre-market, pull back a couple of dollars. Company announced the signing of a series of 12-year contracts with Core Weave. Okay. Sounds like they might have, sounds a little incestuous. Core Scientific, Core Weave. Okay. Bed and Body Works, BBWI. They still exist. Certainly did not have the same demise as Bed Bath and Beyond. Bath and Body Works earnings play. It's gap down a lot on earnings. Recovered somewhat from 46 to 48. So this is BBWI. Yeah, there's not a lot happening that I can see. DCI is an earnings play. DBI. DBI is an earnings play. Designer Brands. And DCI is also an earnings play. DCI and DBI. DCI gapped up on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet for DCI. This is some kind of a dividend deal. LU, around $2.42. $2, yeah. So this is a dividend deal for LU. That's why it's down. And Silo was just creeping in here. So Silo, this is the one with the NDA, new drug application. This is the one, Silo, SILO, low float, 2.6 million. I saw that WIMI got over a dollar, WIMI. I think it broke underneath again. Okay, it's over a dollar again. So WIMI did get up to a dollar 20 in the pre-market, WIMI. After the companies, so Microalgo and WIMI, after the companies partnered to create a micro consciousness quantum research center. All right, that's what I need. Where's Microalgo? Well, that's the MLGO, right? Right. I saw that one earlier. So here's the MLGO. So MLGO. Sorry, didn't have that on my list for some reason. MLGO. That almost should be the top one, guys. Ah, it's not showing up here, and it's probably because there was something in my. Hmm. Morning, Brooke. I'm not sure why this is not showing up. MLGO. It's not a warrant, of course, unless it's getting somehow lumped into warrants. But here are warrants here. Well, last time it was an ETF. There was some stock that was erroneously lumped into our ETF. Well, at any rate, but that should have been number. Yeah, that should have been number one on the list, of course. MLGO, low float. I'm going to tinker around with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of. Ah, I wonder if it got lumped in as an ETF. Let me put warrants back in here. Yeah, that's right. So this somehow again got lumped in as an ETF. That's the reason. I'll just get rid of that. We don't get too many ETFs that are going crazy. So let me just get rid of this ETF. It'll take a while for this to, usually about 30 seconds. Hmm. Well, it's funny because I deleted it here. That's all I did here, I thought. I deleted ETFs here, and then it showed up. I don't have the EPS hack, I don't think, here. I'm not using the EPF hack here, or the ETF hack, shady, or the EPS hack. Well, that's well, at any rate, so Pepe, what do you think the reason is? All I duplicated this. I duplicated this. And then all I did on this one, compared to this one, I just deleted the ETF list. Anyway, so guys, yeah, again, I'm not seeing too much, but definitely we have to see. So this is the one from my homepage. I don't want to dwell on this too much. I mean, we know that it's there. So how about I just do this? Okay, I'll just keep this up. Okay, guys, what else is happening? Yeah, the only other one I saw was Marin, MRIN. Well, that worked out well. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Coors has, well, this is a stock and this is some kind of a warrant. I don't know if it's got another symbol, but this one is some kind of a warrant, the one with the two Zs. This is the stock. This is the one just to pay attention to. So they're tied in, guys. Milagro, MLGO, and Coors. They're all tied in. Yeah, I loaded it. Didn't show up though, Pepe. Weird. All right, guys, time is at 9:15. Let's take a look at what the major sectors are doing before the market opens. Yeah, sorry, muted myself while I was loading something. So I'm just looking at XLE, guys. And I don't know why I don't have the 200-day moving average on here. Blue, that'll be fine. All right, so there's the 200-day moving average for XLE. Let me save this again. Okay, so there's XLE. So this is getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. My guess is that this is about the only major sector that is doing this. So look at XLE. So Milagro, MLGO, let's take a look at Milagro a little more closely now on that weekly chart. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 644. So it has a little bit of room, quite a bit of room actually, if you look at a weekly chart. Massive gap up, of course, on the daily, and it's a low float, 4.5 million. It is China. Pre-market high was looks like around 545. Stick an alert there, see if it takes out the pre-market high at some point. You guys were talking about sober. I wonder if it's another one of those that's just not showing up for me for some reason. SOBR. Ah, it's under 50 cents. Okay, good. It's not a. That's why it's not showing up for me. Sober under 50 cents. I have a 50-cent minimum on here. So both of these. So that's why it's not showing up. Let's take a look at GME. Yeah, this morning I checked. GME has almost a million shares short available. So it's below yesterday's close right now. It's almost at the pre-market low. Looks like it's starting, this is where it started. It closed on Friday at around 23. And it looks like it's getting back there. Milagro continues higher here, guys. MLGO. I know it's not Milagro. Okay. I know it's not Milagro before people say, well, why is he saying that? This is Milagro a miracle in Spanish. Like that. Micro algo. 230%. So what is the for cores? So there's the difference, guys. I mean, this is still up, 29%, but the difference between the two of them, because they've got some kind of a joint venture going or some kind of a deal between the companies. But here's the float: 156 million for CORZ. Okay, and Microalgo has 4.5 million. So that is the reason. All right, guys, I'm going to get my layout that I use once this market opens. Hey, PJ, before this market opens, you mentioned some T that starts with M last week or a week and a half ago or so. Wasn't it you some kind of a tea to sort of an invigorating tea or drink? I thought it was you. Now there's a Freudian slip. That's funny. The reason I ask is, yeah, moringa. So I went on again, guys. Sorry, I'll be very quick. I went on Amazon, and there was like a million, well, probably about 20 different varieties of it. So I didn't know which one to pick. So, okay, now this is the layout I'm using in the pre-market. Before I get going here, again, anybody with our AI, this is what I would do. This is all you need to look at, in my opinion. Okay, this screen, the strategy trades all, and in order to load that, just click on new, and then you'll see we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one. Excuse me, premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. It's blank right now. Nothing happens with our AI until at least 9:40. I use it like a watch list, okay? I use it like a watch list. The other thing I would do is I would make sure in that filter section, if you can see, that it says none. If it says profitable trades, uncheck it. My opinion, you should take a look. You should see the trades all day long, okay? The alerts all day long. I think I did a video on one yet. I think it was on the, ah, I should save my sheets from the day before. Oh, I know what I can do. Did my video on this one. Yeah, the MBOT. So if you look at MBOT from yesterday, this was a short, okay? And at the beginning, it actually popped up, got stopped out. Then you could have, because it did actually set up pretty nicely, higher than the alert price. That was 191. It set up very nicely at around the 220 mark, and you could have taken it, and it wrote it down. I'm not saying you would have not traded out anything, but it did get down to 129. So, but you wouldn't have seen it if you had had this on the profitable. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So just take it off. I think you should use it like a watch list. Sometimes the AI, you'll get an alert. It might be a little early when it goes against the direction in which. And listen, sometimes you can even go against the direction of the AI. And it's not infallible, but it makes a good watch list, I think. Anyway, running Mr. Fin Fan forever. All right, guys. So again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to try to let things settle down a little bit. Milagro, the MLGO, it could be an exception depending on how it trades, but it's probably going to have to take out the pre-market high in a big way. It does have room, of course. When we looked at the weekly chart, back this out a bit, and you can see on the weekly chart the next high, 635 or so, 651 actually. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but at least it has room on the weekly chart to move. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so there will not be from Interactive Brokers anyway. I don't know how many other mainstream, for instance, I'm so impressed now with Fidelity Fidelity. How many shorts available for Fidelity or at Fidelity for? Oh, the market's open. Guys, sorry about that. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Took me by surprise. There's Annex, guys. ANXX. Sorry, ANNX. Yeah, high pre-market, making a market high, but it's pulled back. Let's take a look at MLGO, see what it's doing. Marvel, big dump here, guys. MRVL, big drop here for Marvel. Well, not okay. Well, yeah, look at this MRVL. MRVL. To start off, though, to start off, look at this bottoming tail. Hey, guys, MLGO. MLGO. Hmm. Now look at the pullback. Okay, so it did not got close to the pre-market high. MLGO got close to the pre-market high, and then it pulled back. So it's prevented me from even attempting to get in early. IBN is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Marvel showed up, MRVL, but again it popped up. But it's back. It's back up to the alert price, which was 67.04, oh five actually. So IBN, CZ is CC Bank. I don't know if there's anything going on in oh, India. Yeah, India, a new prime minister. So there's the Indian market is down. So IBN, so there's a new prime minister, I think in India. So I think a lot of the Indian stocks are going to look like this, or from the country of India. Now, Mexico was yesterday, right? The first female president. Mexican history, Mexico's history. Marin, guys, MRIN on the move here. MRIN on the move. Expands Amazon integration. This was yesterday. Okay, this was yesterday's news. Well, okay, this was yesterday's news after hours. Okay, as you can see on my chart here, I'm going to get back to a 15-minute chart. So you can see on my 15-minute chart that move area. That's the after hours news or Marin. And again, expands Amazon integration. Low float, 2.88 in the float. Trading 222 times normal up to this time of day. So there's Marin, guys. The post-market high was 355. And I mean, look, does it have room still on the weekly? Yes. 540, $2 to that high. Not saying it's getting there. Not saying it's getting there. Nice short so far, Bushmaster on the GME. Yeah, boy, IBN, guys, IBN, not IBM, IBN is a Norman. Still moving down out of India. Here is uranium. This is the uranium ETF. This is moving down also. URA. Mm, man, look at Marin. This is one I saw it in the free market, but I wasn't as enamored with it just because it had that huge pullback. But look at this. All right, the captain, CAPT. I haven't didn't see this one. So CAPT on the move here, guys. Had a big spike up to 480 in the pre-market, pulled all the way back down to 332. Be so careful with these. Low float, pretty low float, 24 million in the float. And that is for CAPT. Great short so far. Well, look at Wolf, guys. WULF. Terra Wolf. They mined 186 bitcoins in May after the April halving event. All right, guys. So, okay, MLGO is getting back up. Keep an eye on it. This might set up well for us now after the pullback. We'll pull back a little bit. Got back to 464. Back up. I really think if it can take out the pre-market high at some point, it might get rolling. It's not that far away. 543 is the pre-market high. Up to you, of course. All right, guys, look at that. Pre-market high, took it out, blasted through. Anybody get it? I did not get a lot, and I think it's going to get halted. I think it's going to get halted. It's halted. Whoa, man, look at this. That blasted right through that area. I started chasing a bit. Now look what happens here. So here, first time to show this today. This is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen I'm displaying. So there's the halt price for 5.99. Can't see the symbol, but it is MLGO. Potential open is 610. Okay. Again, this does not have to open there, but usually the first halt is pretty good. When I say that, usually it won't collapse after the first halt. We'll have to see. Man, oh man, this is about the fifth halt I've been in the last couple of months, and I probably went 15 years without being in one. Yeah, here's the annex. Yeah, so there's some great action right now, guys. I mean, wasn't that impressed in the pre-market? Well, look at Coors. I mean, Coors has got a lot of shares available to short at Interactive Broker. Not that I want to, but this is definitely not performing like the other one. Not even close. Mm. So for Annex, not in this one, but Annex, the next high looking left looks like around 732. Is that right? Yeah, 732 on the daily chart. The next high looking left. Oh man, here's another early. Is this another? No, it's not an India stock. Earnings play, guys. CNM. CNM. I did not see this one in the pre-market. But look at this drop here for CNM. This is an earning. Wow, that's a big drop. This is an earnings play, CNM. Now the next low looking left is 47.85, I believe. No, 50.13. 50.13 on the weekly chart. Okay, for W. For W on the weekly chart for CNM. All right, didn't look at this one. This is isn't this a SPAC? No, it is not a SPAC. Okay, JDZG, not a SPAC. Okay, what time is it? Okay, so if this is going to be a 5 minute halt, guys, if you're in this one with me, MLGO, this will open at 9:43 plus 16 seconds. Okay, if it is a 5 minute halt, that's typically what they are. So less than a minute from now. And so far, so good. Holding over the 599. Potential open here, potential. So I'd have my, you never know what's going to happen. Okay. So if you're in this one, and I'd have my finger on the submit button in case you have to get out. But this looks okay to open in this area anyway, but you never know. And 16. So in 16 seconds, if it is a 5 minute halt, this is going to open. I'm talking about the MLGO. Okay. I'll just flash this up here. 628. Wow. Son of a gun. It's not opening. It's not yet anyway. I don't like it. The longer it goes, so this could be a 10 minute halt. Sometimes sometimes a little over 5 minutes, but no, this looks like it's going to be a 10 minute halt now, which I hate. The reason I hate it, it gives time now for this to start to drift down. Well, nothing we can do about it. All right, I'll write that down. Thank you. Hand pick. And, give me a moment, guys. Thank you, PJ. All right, guys. Yeah, not happy about this longer halt. This gives it time to drift down a bit. Nice. I'm sure you're out of your GME short, Bushmaster. Nice. So far, nice trade for Shady on it. How does MSTR look today? Well, like anything else, look left. It's wow. Okay, I this is way out of my price range. Okay, Chavan. So I mean, I way outside of the price range. But I mean, if you look left, one $1,735 would be a great level to try to take out. But I have no feeling for this one whatsoever. The weekly chart, it's just sort of hanging in this area. Meanwhile, CNM continued down. So this is what I'm getting these from here, guys. Okay, there's CNM 5205 potential short 5031 right now. I'm sharing all of these, any scan that you see, of course, on this monitor that I'm sharing, plus anything I flash like this is from another monitor. I am sharing these scans. So I usually go over this in about 10:15. All right, SINT is halted. Now this is okay. Now this might give me an opportunity. So again, this is the potential open for SINT. So this is what sometimes I'll do is if this opens, but it looks like it's going to open, well above the 745. But let's say it opened at 760 and then it dipped down below 745, maybe down to 730, and then it popped through 745 again. That is sometimes when I'll take a trade. Certainly won't chase it. Well, AEI. Okay, well, let's hope it opens in 48 plus 16 seconds. So far, so good. It's hanging over that 599. All right. Could be 5 seconds from now, guys. Could be 5 seconds from now. Yes. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty, guys. Holy smokes. Well, that made my day. I'm out. I'm out most of it now. It's going to halt again, I think. It did not halt. It looked like it was 780, 781 was looked like it was stalling right there. I'm out most of it right now, guys. That is a beauty. Oh, well, it definitely made my day. Now it still has some room. I mean, the next high is 820, but I've taken most of this off. I mean, I don't. I'm not suggesting it's going to get any higher than. Well, it could get higher than this, but I'm not going to take any chances on it. well, well, I did say that, didn't I, Green Trays? I said, I might make an exception to my 15-minute rule with the MLGO if it took out the pre-market high. Don't often do that, but well, I had to be still in Atlanta because I was in a halt. I had to be still in it. All right, this is what happened. Did Annex have a big pullback? Yeah, so I'm sure most of you are out now. That's a big pullback now for Annex. Oh, it never tested the halt price. Z? You're talking about Milagro, MLGO? It never tested the halt price. It got halted at 5.99, and it opened at 6.50. Yeah, but that's not where it got down to. Yeah, it did not get down. Yeah, but that was it opened right anyway, didn't really test the halt price. 5.99 was the halt price. I guess you're right. I mean, I guess it got down there. But, but understand, I was already in this one. I was in it during the halt. So I suppose in theory, yeah, I got to six. It didn't quite get but down below it. I didn't see that actually either. I what I saw was like opening at 6.50 and jumping into the sevens. Anyway, done for me now. What do I think about Poet Elliot from our YouTube room? What do I think about Poet? Poet. Well, to be honest, not much. I mean, there's no volume. I mean, I'm not sure what you're looking at. There's no volume. 32,000 shares. So it's in drifting down. So yeah, I don't think much of it really. I mean, there's no volume, so nothing really to see here. All right, guys, LSF. Let's see what's happening with LSF. LSF has some room on the weekly chart, not much though. Next high looks like it's around 329, so not a lot. So I'm not trying to, put. I don't know. Are you in it, Elliot? Are you in Poet right now, or I'm talking to Elliot in our YouTube room. You know, I haven't paid any. Obviously, I just so wrapped up in the MLGO, but I haven't paid any attention to the breakdowns. BBWI showed up at 46.22. Okay, so it's still a little bit above it. Look at GTLB though, showed up at 46.25. There's not quite a dollar, 45.62 now. These are all short opportunities here. Okay, now here, long opportunity for MLGO at 550. The Marin at 320. Where did it get up to? Before it pulled back, it got up to 350. But these are, pretty very volatile. So this isn't okay. This is an earnings play, actually. Didn't realize it. GTLB is an earnings play. Can you hear me, Elliot, from our YouTube room? Can you hear me? All right, let's take a closer look at BBWI. At BBWI, The next low looking left is 46.43. So it's obviously below that. So then the next low looking left is 42.72. 42.72. So it does have room on a weekly chart. For me, it would have to break, probably have to break 46 again for me to get interested. All right, something like that now, guys. Okay, let's see what I'm going to do here. All right, guys, took some, and let's see. I'm talking about the BBWI on the short, of course. Do not want to see it get over 45 or 40, yeah, 46. So, all right, let's see how far down you can go here for the BBWI. Yeah, this CORZ, CORZ is, yeah, I don't know what to make of it really. I mean, it's still up 32%. Milagro is up 349%. Again, it's all about the float, really. I mean, you look at the float, 156 million for CORS, and for Milagro, it's only 4.5 million. Ah, yeah, knocked out flat on that BBWI. Good thing I was paying attention. I was hoping it get down in the low. So out of the BBWI flat, shoot, I had a little bit of profit, but I was looking more for it to hit down to the 45 level. I'll take a look later on. Mm, yeah, it's going without me, but did this that got halted again? Did it get halted again? No. Wow. So this how did the Sint do? SINT. No, hey, this one ADRT. Be careful. That's all I can say. Be careful. ADRT. Wonder if it's gentleman I was talking to and Friday afternoon. I don't know if you're in the Spears. I don't know if you're in our YouTube room. 10 o'clock. Well, I think there's not much happening economic wise. Factory orders at 10 o'clock, and job openings and labor turnover survey both at 10 o'clock. So that's what was happening at 10 o'clock. The spy liked it. Yes. Gotta make sure you guys can hear me on YouTube. I asked a question from somebody, so okay, I can. Okay. Well, if you're in this MLGO, the next high looking left is 820. Okay, and it got up to what? It got up to 856. So it did break through that 820 briefly. 944. 944 is your thank you, Les. So 944 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for wow, look at that spy. Yeah, no kidding. I guess you're out of your TQs or shady. I'm assuming you are anyway. I don't know. I don't know how you traded that exactly. If you hold on for no, the cheap one, guys, IMAB on the move here. However, looks like there could be some resistance around between the current price and two. Agio, take a look at this. I have this one thumbnail. That's the only reason I'm seeing it. Don't know how much volume there is. I mean, not terrible, but Agio had a big day yesterday. AGIO had a big day yesterday, and this could be not a lifetime high, no, but had a big day yesterday. Some price targets on it, $53 a share. RBC, I think that's RBC. Yeah, RBC raising it from 44 to 53 in terms of our price target. All right, BBWI is making another sign that I want to move down. BBWI or not. All right, somebody mentioned the BPTH might be having a comeback. Yeah, you're right. It is having a bit of a comeback. Probably would have to take out 284. Looks like there's a lot of resistance. So if you look at this 15-minute chart for BPTH, looks like to me anyway, in the pre-market, looks like there's a lot of resistance around 3 for BPTH. Man, I had this VKTX. This showed up on that scan I've got, looking left for at least $2 underneath. Look at this. All right, Poe and BNA. Aye. Had a good day for a while yesterday. Yeah, Spy's doing his thing again. Look at that. Big topping tail now. All right, guys. So wow, Wimmy, I lost sight of this one. This was very active in the pre-market. Got up to $1.10, pulled all the way back down to 94 cents. Got over a dollar again. This has some kind of a deal with some other company. Oh, it's Microalgo. Oh my goodness, I'm wrong. I'm so sorry. So these are the guys. It's not. I kept saying it was cores. Somebody should have stopped me. So it is Wimmy and Microalgo. Do I see any more of a spike in MRIN? Well, I mean that's a massive pullback. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Bizavi in our YouTube room. That's a massive pullback. I mean, look, could it spike again? Of course it could, but that is a big, big, big pullback from that high here, 354 down to two, and all the way down to 265. On a percentage basis, that is a big pullback. So I mean, I have no special insight. Is it gonna spike from here? No special insight whatsoever. If you were in this one, I hope you took some profit. That's all I can say. Okay, NSA guys. NSA is showing up. NSA, National Storage Affiliates. I don't think I've ever seen this one. New York's. So I guess the problems with New York Stock Exchange, not today. 39.05 is the next high looking left. So it's got about 50 cents. Yeah, NSA on the move here, guys. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. announces internal. This is yesterday. This is after the market closed yesterday. All right. Announces internalization of its pro structure. Okay. So there is news on this one. Happened yesterday after the market closed. No big reaction, though. No big reaction at all. 7 o'clock, there was a little bit of volume. But look at this. Not a great spread. Yeah, to me, this has got too much going on the daily chart. WULF, for it to keep moving, it would really have to take out 250. Ah, man, I just feel I'm just too late on this CNM. It's showing up in the combo scale. So I'm going to go over these. Okay, so there it was on the 10-day daily breakdown at 5205. And here it is in the combo scan at 4989. So now, if you're wondering why later, because a lot more filters have to be satisfied in this particular scan, the combo scan, than in the 10-day daily breakdown. Let's see what it could have been. Going to go over these in about 2 minutes. Sober. Must be over 50 cents now. That's why, yeah, coming right into the 200-day moving average. So if you took this one, I'm sure DAC and whoever, if they took this one, have to be aware of that 200-day moving average right around 65 cents. All right, guys, I think I'll go over my homepage right now. It is now 10:15, and all the information you can find on my homepage, plus the scans that I'm currently sharing, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So first of all, welcome to the rooms. I say rooms plural. There are two rooms that I'm moderating. One is a YouTube room. They see me, they see my screen, they can hear me. It's just like what I call the main room. The main difference, a lot more activity in the main room in terms of interaction with other traders. So if you're looking for that, you can always come into the main room. I'll give you the link. You can stay in YouTube, of course, if you want, no problem. But if you're looking for a little more interaction amongst with other traders, you can come into the main room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Wow, CNM. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Right at the top here, if you do want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. The reason being is that then the room gets credit for the subscription, and that will really help to keep this room free. Okay, that's the reason to do it. If you're going to take out a subscription, you may as well use my code. And again, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, your first startup and login. I'm going to scroll down here. Introduction to important intro to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do here is cover all the main aspects of trade ideas in very short videos, okay, to get you going. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 could be for you. This is a series of videos, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Michael will be in our YouTube room. I'll have to confirm that, but he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take a break. We put this together, and it's free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. I think it triggered yesterday. I don't know what it's doing. MPW. Yeah, it's still hanging around the trigger price, I guess. So if you do sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. One moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Where was I? User guide. So if you click on the user guide, we have a lot in the user guide. As always, you don't have to learn everything, but here's the getting started again. Alert windows, more detail or in depth. Andre, just give me a moment, and I will when I cover my scans. Okay, just give me one moment, and I'm talking to Andre in our YouTube room. More detail about what a top list window is. You want to find out about stock racing. I'm now starting to show the stock race here, and price alerts. I love price alerts. You want to create your own watch list. Here it is. Sound alerts. Put a sound alert on your alert window so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Things like that. You don't have to learn everything though that's in this user guide. Again, the Getting Started series. So I mentioned daily. I mentioned I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main trading room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Head over to listen to Michael when he takes over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay. Now, my scans. If you're looking for my scans, so if you have clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scan, just scroll down. Here is the center section. Click here. Okay. So Andre, what I did was the question he had was, why doesn't it look like this? All docked together. I didn't do it. They're separate. Okay. They don't repeat, break out, and then the repeating version and the breakdown. The reason I do this is because number one, not everybody wants to see, not everybody wants to short. Okay. So, and not everybody wants the don't repeat. So it's up to you. Okay. You can pick and choose what you want, how you want to see it. Okay. Make sense? So they are, all four are here, but you can just pick and choose which ones you want. Okay. So, other scans I'm sharing, the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up will look a lot like this right now, okay? And but to find that one specifically, it's called the relative strength leaders. I've abbreviated it a bit, but it is the same, okay? The Halts resumes, which is it's I call it more information than a scan, but I mean it can be super active during the day. But as I said, I am sharing these. They're right here. I'm also sharing again. I think I broke it out into the two of them. The option activity is right here, and here's the combo scan right here. But I am sharing other scans that I don't have up and running. You can take a look at them. Boy, CNN was the all-star short of the day that I'm not in. All right, CNN. I have to see what news are. Oh, this is an earnings play, so it is actually an earnings play, and that's the reason it's down. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. It didn't really do much in the pre-market. All right, well, that's a big pullback now for the annex, ANNX. So let's see if it can back over six. That might be an area of interest to get back over six. Actually, the VWAP is at 640. So even if it got over six, you're looking at maybe some resistance at 640. If that's enough for you, fine. But well, maybe at some point this CNM is going to have a bounce. So let's take a look at the weekly chart. The low was 46. Sorry, 40. About 48, 47.96 is the next low looking left. So let's call it 48. So there's about $1.20 to that next low, and there are a couple of weekly candles there. So that could be a bounce area for CNM. Okay, could be. All right, I'm getting interested in the GME also. I think it has to. I've got an alert. I think around 27. See if it takes it out. Good for you. Yeah. So it is now above the 200-day moving average for sober SOBR. I have. I cannot remember the last time I traded a sub $1 stock. All right, guys. So bear with me. There are new people all the time. So I have to explain a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. We are a real-time alert scanner. Okay. We also screen a lot of screening programs out there that want to call themselves scanners, but we definitely are a scanner. And this is the difference as I see it. So in this particular case, this scan that I put together, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So this is the screening aspect. All of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. That's why we see MAIA at 10:08. Is that the last one? This is a very active okay, fine. Okay, one just showed up. This is a very active scanner, guys. So it's interesting that, you know, we just see this one at 10:26, but until then, there wasn't one for almost 20 minutes. This is a pretty active scanner, but that's how it works. That's a real-time alert. And every time LSF will make a new high, assuming it met all the other filter requirements, you'll see it here. So if you like the scan the way it is, great, you can have it. It's on my homepage. If you want to make a change, of course you can. And, maybe you don't like that price range, maybe something else you don't like about it. Maybe you want to make an adjustment to the filter values. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Maybe you like RSI, maybe something else that you like. Of course you can adjust it. This is what I like to see, but I'm not trying to convince you that this is what you should see. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got, okay? They're right at the very top, the 2 most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, if I keep scrolling down, these are all real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down to these icons, these are our filters. So again, if you're seeing this for the first time, don't think, "Man, this is way too difficult. I cannot possibly learn all these." You don't have to, okay? The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? It's that simple. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, the only two alerts I use, real-time alerts I use, new high and the new low of the day. Why? Because that fits my trading style. Okay, it's as simple as that. And I only use a handful of these filters. Why? Again, it fits my trading style. Doesn't mean doesn't mean that all the ones I don't use are bad. Just means I don't need them for my trading style. I know I talk about this every day, but I think it's important because I think people look at this for the first time and think this is way too complicated. You can make it as complicated as you want, but it really, once if you take a look at the 10 short videos, and then if you have any idea, you can take my scans, the other traders will share their scans. There are a lot of scans in our, I click on new, and then our doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. There are scans here. So if you don't want to build any of your own scans from scratch, you can do it. Or you don't have to do it. I mean, you can take my scans, you can adjust them, you can take the scans that the other traders will share, or the scans from the toolbar, from the channel bar. And meanwhile, the spy is doing its song and dance again. Look at this now. All right. Well, if this gets through 250, I may join you. The next high is, getting closer to three. That's on the Wolf, WULF. JD's in this one now. Low float, probably. Actually, it is not a low float. It's amazing. 233 million. Is that right? Well, boy, this has got some room, guys. OMA. Well, 1379 is the next high on the weekly chart, okay? 1379, and it's through the 200-day moving average. It's the volume like, yeah, decent, 600,000, 5.8 times normal. Had earnings on the 8th, earlier this month, or last month. Well, about a month ago. Okay, guys. So this ADRT, wow. I mean, this is nonsense again, but the ADRT doing its thing. You're looking for news, you won't find any, I don't think anyway. So if you are an intraday trader like myself, your number one goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally, in my opinion anyway. Why would you want to trade something that is not moving? So this relative strength leaders from the close percent right here, this will get you going for sure. I mean, these are obviously abnormally trading stocks. How can a stock be up 414% unless, first of all, usually it'll have to be a very low float, which it is, 4.5 million. Look how much volume there is, 79 million. So it has turned the float over many times. The relative volume, 366. That means it's trading 366 times normal up to this time of day. So of course, this is an abnormally active stock. Now, another way to find abnormally active stocks, look at the CNM. This is not a low float, 191 million, 14 times normal, okay, in terms of volume up to this time of day. But also look at its option volume, almost 4,000 contracts, which in itself, you might say, well, is that abnormal? I don't know. Let's take a look. Yes, it is. The option volume today percent, that is 2.7 times normal, okay? We look at it looks at the average over the last 10 days. And so not only is it trading volume wise abnormally, it's trading option wise abnormally. So when you get those two together, usually that means the stock is trading very abnormally. So if you're looking for abnormally, like stocks having abnormal activity, and you're new, I mean, and you only care about stocks going up, well, this screen right here will get you going. Now, it doesn't mean just because you see, CAPT, it's up 17%, that you just take the trade. You have to understand how to trade. What is the chart telling you? Well, every time you click on an alert, the chart is trying to tell you a story. And that's why you've got to practice trading. So, I mean, this will direct you to the stocks that are trading abnormally. But now, the next step is, okay, how do you trade them? All right, guys. Now, I haven't even looked at the markets at all. So the Dow is up a bit, Nas is down a bit, SPY is down a bit. So nothing earth shattering right here. Keep an eye on DBI, guys. DBI. I have this one thumbnailed. Excuse me. This is an earnings play. Now let's see what. Yeah, well, it would have to take out this. We're at 872 right now. 872 right now. and the low there is 873. So it's at that low. So the next low looking left is 822. So there is room on a percentage basis for this one to keep moving down. Huh, the AI must have been listening to me. Okay, guys. Well, I'm in a little bit of it. It moved away from where I wanted it, but I did get some of the DBI. I'm gonna really this may be just a quick scalp though. Not seeing a tremendous amount of follow through other than the CNM. I agree, Dak. I'm hoping that Milagro. Oh, I thought it was that down there around the sixth level. I mean, this could be one of those that at the end of the day takes out that 856. It might do it. Wow, it might do it now. Look at that. Wow. I'm not upset. I know I got out in the sevens, but it was it was an exhilarating trade. So where could it go now? 820, 944. Next high looking left on the weekly. I mean, it gets through that. 1180. China stock. So okay, there is the difference. I mean, so they're doing this kind of a partnership, WIMI and jointly establish a micro. I read this earlier. Micro consciousness quantum research center. Sounds like everybody should belong. But anyway, WIMI is lagging in, I mean, it is up 34%. Milagro is up 483%. Much bigger. Well, it's a big float compared to Milagro. 76 million for WIMI and about 4 million for the other one, for MLGO. So it's not quite, but if you took the float, and you sort of adjusted for the float, that's about right. And what I'm saying is, if the float here is 76 and the other one is 4.5, you divide, multiply by what this is up, 35%, you get about 591% if it was totally equivalent, which is, in the ballpark. This is up 483%, if you're understanding what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, guys, I mentioned Olma. I didn't take it, but this is Olma. Mentioned Olma right around 13. It was through that 200-day moving average, making a nice move. mentioned that it had room to 1379. Wow, Milagro. Whoa. Okay, now I'm upset I don't have some. But every day there's one, isn't there? There's just one crazy one. All right, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. So this got halted on the way. This got was halted, but now there's a big uh-oh if you're in this one. So because the potential is 950. Okay. The potential. So it's halted at 1090. So the potential now it may jump right back up. You see how this, I mean, there's nothing written in stone. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So this column is sort of giving a bit of a glimpse into where it could open. But you notice how the price changes. There's whoa. I'm out of the DBI, guys. I don't like it. I just not I'm not don't find it dynamic enough. Made it just a little bit. Okay, guys. Tell. Okay, where's tell? Probably not showing up because it's under what, 50 cents? And the answer is yeah. Wow. Okay, it's just at 50 cents right now. And if you have this scan, guys, this relative, if you don't care about, you can always adjust this or you can pick up stocks that are under 50 cents if you want. I just choose not to. So what time is it? 10:42. So 10:47. If it's a 5 minute halt for MLGO. So still hanging around that 9 mark as we get closer to. I'm not in this obviously, but I know some might be. So less than 2 minutes for this to open. If it's a 5 minute halt. Remember, the halt that I was in was a 10 minute halt earlier in the day. Well, I see there was finally a bit of a well, the weest of bounces in CNM. Really, not that much. All right, guys, maybe 45 seconds. Ah, now you guys are going to get a little happier if you're in this one. That went from 9 to 10, but see how this just jumps around. Be really interesting to see where it does actually open. I'll keep this here. Another 20 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. 2, 1, open. Wow. Okay, well, that's a huge open. So I'm sure that 9 that was showing before was scaring a lot of people. If I'd been in it, I would have been a little bit nervous. But anyway, wow, this is massive now. So I mean, the next high is 17. I mean, that's no nobody's saying it's getting there, but that is the next high on the weekly chart is 17. And WIMI is still really lagging. I mean, it is still really, really lagging. But look at this. I mean, it's got room. I mean, if WIMI is not at all traded like the MLGO. In terms of pattern, okay? I'm not talking I mean, the percentage gain is about the same when you, factor in the float, the difference in the floats, but I'm just looking at, all these bottoming tails and topping tails. Look at the difference in, MLGO. I mean, almost like orderly compared to the, WIMI. So, it might be that WIMI or this one is sort of the lead in it, and WIMI is just sort of being, sort of tagging along. I mean, I don't know for sure, but Pepe, are you there? Don't worry, I'm not gonna ask you, to help me. No, if he's busy, he doesn't have to show up. Oh. All right, guys. Wow, what a morning. I prefaced, my opening remarks by saying I wasn't really finding too much, but all it takes is one good trade. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:51. Okay, question in our YouTube room: why some stocks are not shortable? Depends on your broker, really. I mean, in theory. Okay, this would be the theory. If you take a stock like Microsoft, okay, so of course Microsoft is shortable because many, many, many people in most brokerages are trading have got some Microsoft. So in other words, there is Microsoft available in the broker's inventory of people who have Microsoft and they're holding it. So consequently, Microsoft and all the big ones, the Apples, etc., they'll be available to short. But you take some other stocks that are, low float stocks. Some brokers may not have a lot of people trading those stocks. This is in theory, okay? And so consequently, there are no shorts available to short. Now, the other thing, if you're wondering, say a GME, during the day, this can really dramatically change. Yesterday I had no shorts for GME. Today there are 1.35 million in interactive brokers. Why? I guess there's like a ton of short covering. And so now they're available. But every broker is different. Which is the reason why we cannot, we get the question quite a bit, why don't we have a filter showing me what short, number one, how many shares are available, or if a stock is shortable or not? Well, the problem is that, I always say I have shorts at IB or I don't have shorts at Interactive Brokers. Somebody will say, "Oh, I have shorts at Fidelity." So all the brokers are different. Plus, as I was just saying, during the day, I mean that short availability can really change depending on how active a stock is. GME is a great example. So it's impossible for us to have a filter that's just going to tell you, yes, this is a shortable stock, or no, it's not, and how many shares are available. All right, now C&M might be in bounce mode here, guys. I may get interested in this one at around 49.36 if it continues to put in a little bit of a bottom here. I'm not on mute. I'm just not talking. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm just looking now. Okay, maybe keep an eye on HQY. This is an earnings play. Very choppy. Okay, forget about it. It's so choppy. HQY. I'm just looking at I'm just looking at the ones that are earnings plays today. Again, in this very active scanner, not that many. I mean, the last one, 1043 OLMA. It's a very active scanner, and we're at 13 minutes ago between alerts. Meanwhile, wow, I mean, what a great I mean, I mentioned this one just over 13. So that's at 1371 now. I did not take it. Now, for me and GME, I have an alert set up in this area here, just over 20, you're on 2681, 27-ish, and I should put an alert underneath at around 26. So we'll kind of bracket it and see if it breaks one way or the other. Oh man, the spy is all over the place today again. Well, that's why I did not take that short, see, or that long. C&M. You see that blue line? It did not trigger. This is continuing to be get hammered down. CNM 47.96, 47.96. Now maybe 48 area holds it. There are a couple of weekly candles around that 48 mark. I mean, this is just getting hammered down. A big, 13% to be 13% down, 191 million in the float. So again, guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so if you're sitting there with questions and you're either you're shy about asking a question, or you feel you're interrupting me, please, you can ask questions all day long. If I'm in a trade or I'm having to do something else, I will certainly let you know. But you can ask questions all day long. Wow, short of the day, guys. Really, I mean, this missed it completely. I mean, there's not one green candle. This is the CNM I'm talking about. CNM. I have to make sure my price alerts are working. All right, maybe the moment of truth now for CNM. I mean, I keep this 48 level. Maybe that holds it. There are a couple of candles. The low there is 47.96. The low there is 48.27. So I mean, there are a couple of candles right around that 48 mark, bottoming tails on the weekly chart. Maybe that holds it. Okay, good. It is working. Boy, this MLGO not over yet. Watching GME again, guys. I just want to see. I want to see it hold 27 really well. I might have to not pile in, but just take some. Well, this Milagro MLGO, guys. I mean, it is holding 11 now. If it, if it gets up to, I mean, I know you're giving away a lot, but if it takes out that little high there, that could just keep running again. The high looking left is 13. Not saying it's going to happen, but oh no, no, I I sold in the sevens, Baba. Very happy to have done it. Believe me. Be happier if I'd held it, of course, but no, I was very happy to have done it where I did it because you just never know. Okay, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts, and I'm glad I got out of the DBI. Just didn't look dynamic enough to me. Yeah, this H kit, I haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a absolutely bizarre one. Take a look at a monthly chart. You will see this was up to what, $40. Might have even been more. No, okay, started trading as H kit back here, got up to $40. It kind of sank and has been doing nothing for months. Okay, so the BBWI now is moving down. This is one I shorted early, basically got out flat. I don't know if I want to do it again though. I mean, it's got room on the monthly anyway. Let me take that back to a weekly chart. Yeah, this is what I saw. I mean, it does have room. Ooh, all right, GME. Boy, I almost knocked myself out of it when I got under 27. All right, I have taken some off the GME. Okay, I mean, this is just going to be probably a pretty quick trade for me. I'll hold on to some in case it does the crazy, but Ooh, look at Z-Lab, guys. This is a gap up and reversal. Z-Lab. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one, Z-Lab. I don't see. I'm trying to. This didn't trade in the pre-market at all. China stock. Well, you're going without me, BBWI. Too bad. If you took this one, the next low is 44.18. So it has about a dollar. Some work, some don't. Man, oh man. I mean, look at BBWI now. Why didn't you do this when I was in this one? This is now awesome, but I'm not in it. Well, I did hold on to some GME, so this is looking very interesting now. Is GME even here? Let me see if I can find it. So yeah, so the next big level is right around here, the 27 mark. I'm sorry, the 28 mark. The 28 mark, right around here. You can see a lot of action in the pre-market, right around that 28 mark. Makes that out. Who knows? Now, if you don't look at this and you just look yesterday, the high was 40.51, of course. We're only Tuesday. For some reason, I thought we were Wednesday. So this was the high, yeah. So this was the high yesterday, 40.28. All right, Z Lab. What the heck is going on with this Z Lab, guys? So the next low looking left is 1750. China stock. Take a look at. I want to take a look at KWAB. I want to see what the overall China market is doing. Is it kind of following? Yeah. So the China market itself is falling. It went negative. Well, negative. I mean KWEB. That's how I track the China market. So Z Lab is kind of following. It's still up 5%, but this is sort of following what's happening with the rest of the China market. Oh, 28. Sorry, guys. GME at 28. Definitely a nice early trade from Shady. I did not take it that early. I waited for a 27 break. Really interested in shorting this one. I want to see get into the 1890 low 1890s, maybe the 188. Whoops, not there. Okay, I'm going to try to induce this to take out 28. I'm talking with GME. PW from yesterday. This was a big one yesterday. This is this REIT, I think. Yeah, Power REIT. So keep an eye on this. I mean, this has got, look at these bottoming tails, over a dollar now. The high yesterday was $1.59. So definitely keep an eye on this. Very low float, 2.78 million in the float. Okay. I believe this was an AI. This was an AI alert yesterday on a short. All right, I'm out of the GME, guys. It may take out 28 later, but I may take a look at it if it takes out 28 later, because that's a level. I think that if it takes out 28, actually 28.46, right up here in that level. I know I'm giving up a lot, but if it takes that out, it might have could have a multi-dollar run, two, three, four, $5. Again, not a recommendation to take it if I do. Well, so much for the support, guys. Look at CNM. Wow. So it's below that 47.96. So the next low is 46.56. Another dollar away on the weekly chart for CNM. Ooh, the Milagro MLGO. This is not over. I mean, or it may not be over. I shouldn't say. I don't want to say definitively that it is not over, but it is trying. I mean, it had a pull back down to 10, 985 or so. But that 1161, how do I see Lucy? Haven't seen haven't seen. Is it under a dollar again? Yeah, I mean, it's ugly to me, Baba, to be honest. I mean, ugly. Look at these huge topping tail, bottoming tails. It's just ugly for me anyway. I mean, look at these daily candles. I mean, the stock gets up here, can never hold its gains. It always gets sold off. So to me, it's just ugly. Now, if you're in it, but it just looks ugly to me. All right, guys, 11:17. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Yeah, well, certainly Milagro. I mean, the GME has been good, definitely been good. The MLGO, and I'm still, I'm holding out, guys. I mean, it takes this out later on. See what it did? What it did on this candle right there, I got to what 11:45, and that high right there is 11:60. So I'm saying if we can take this out later on in the day, it might have another go. All right, Peter, I've done in our YouTube room. I have done a lot of work on this tonight. Fly, FLYE. So what? This is an IPO that is going to start trading tomorrow. Is that what you're saying? FLYE. I haven't looked at any of the IPOs for the last little while, or checked the calendar, I should say. No, I don't know what sort of research you did, but definitely a low float, 3 million between 4 and 5. Where are they out of? Scooters. All right. I wish they were out of China or Singapore, but well, good luck if you do it. I will put a price alert at $1 because if it starts trading tomorrow, and what did I say? 3 million between 4 to 5. So if it does start trading tomorrow, I'm going to know what the structure is. All right, just confirmed it will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes while I take my break. Be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Guys, I'm back. All right, VSTE. Okay, people asking about that. I don't see any news on it. The only news is low float, 1.28 million in the float. Ooh, this could have been one I could have got interested in. Let's see if I did it. 546, 383. I don't know if it dropped down below. I didn't see this at all. Must have been doing other things. I didn't see this. Halt at 382. Wow, look at this. They have vast renewables. Wow, wow, wow. So next high on the daily chart is 731. Not saying it's getting there. All right, doesn't look like Milagro is going to do it. MLGO looks like it's really trying to give it up quite a bit now. So it may not happen later on, but no harm in putting a price alert in that area, that 1130 area, in case it does come back. Not shortable for me. VSTE, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The cheap one, guys. Let's take a look at VRAX. A little bit of room. I mean, the high yesterday was 124. So on a percentage basis, that's not bad. Probably another low float. Yeah, 2.5 million in the float. they they said they would never do that again, Dwayne. Keep an eye on AGIO, guys. AGIO just broke above 46 and had the big day yesterday. Of course, it's above yesterday's high. Little break above 46. Spread's okay. 7 cent spread, 46 cent stock or $46 stock. Not terrible. Let's take a look on a monthly chart where it could go. Wow. Got to go back to November of 2021 before we see those highs. Okay. So this has got some room. Let me put a price alert over 46 again. It popped over 46. Let's see if it does it again. So CNM finally found a little bit of support down here around the 47.50 mark, but for how long? 47.79 actually is the low on that monthly candle, which is about this. Well, what do you mean that VSTE? Are you talking about why it did not get halted up here when it ran? It's just math. It's just math. Okay. Even though it looks like it should have, I mean, it is just basically just math. The program kicks in if it and sometimes you're right. It looked like this should have been or could have been, but it is strictly just math. All right, guys. Well, things have definitely slowed down quite a bit for me, anyway. Again, this is my gauge, really. I mean, this is a very active scanner, the momentum scanner, and the last one. I mean, we had one at 11:18. I mean, it's 11:30 now. We had one at 11:21. I mean, it's very, very strange, especially with. I mean, it's not like the market. I mean, market's not tanking or anything. BBWI keeps moving down now, guys. Had to do that, didn't it? Anyway, BBWI, I mean, the next low looking left, it's got a lot of room, $42. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it has $2 to the next low on the weekly chart for BBWI. All right, boys. Nice talking about your heritage and all. Let's get back to general market talk, please. PJ and Dwayne. All right, guys. Well, listen, things have really, really slowed down for me now. Let me take a look at MLGO just in case it's coming into maybe a moving average or a VWAP. Now the VWAP is way down here at 705. So boy, this VKTX guys, man, did this ever have a drop? Had an alert for it. I mean, it's way too early for me, but at 64.88. This was on the distance to the next high or low, 64.80. I mean, it's obviously way too early for me to do it, but wow. I mean, 64.88, $52 now. I don't know, had any news on this one or trying to see if there's any news on this one. I mean, I see Wainwright doing their thing, trying to put a $90 price target on it, but so this is very strange. I mean, in the pre-market, it actually got up to 68, all to do with data for their NASH drug. But there must be something in here that the analyst or the market's not impressed with at all, 'cause it had that pop and now it's just a complete sell-off. Well, this LSF is definitely, doing something. Layered superfood, okay? Very erratic, though. I mean, bottoming tails, topping tails. Trend is up. Yes, the trend is up. Low float, 8.7 million in the float. Well, continuing down, guys. BBWI. Saw Cint earlier. Of course, they had was halted. Did you mean 690 in Mamba? You must have meant 690, right? Not 790. Wow. I mean, this good luck. I don't yeah, good luck. I mean, look at that, spread. So I don't know. Good luck. That's all I can say. Well, this annex could this could be one of those later on in the day. Okay, ANNX. I mean, even earlier. I mean, if it gets up to about 618, 617, it could go on a bit of a run. Remember the highs were up here at over 7. So I'd stick an alert, around 617, takes all this out on the 15-minute chart. Maybe it'll have a run. Need volume though. I mean, you can see the volume is just tapered off. I mean, the volume is good. I mean, it's 412,000 shares here, but in relation to the previous volume bars, it just tailed completely off. Whoa, look at the MLGO now. This will not give up. Got to put an alert here, guys, for about say 110 or so for the PW. Let's just see because I mean it did hit got up to 158 yesterday, and let's see if later on it's a low float, 2.7 million in the float. Whoa, look at this MFI. I mean, I can't remember what happened here on this day. Got from $11 down to 178. I don't remember this. This is back. This is April 26th. I don't know if this was some kind of a reorganization or truly bad news. No news I can see here. However, it is trying to come back a bit. Let me back this out on the weekly chart. It's hard to see where the next highs are. Okay, the next high in the weekly chart is 148. Okay, that is for the MFI. Okay, thank you. That was an IPO. Okay, yeah, for MFI. I sort of remember the symbol, but All right. Well, here's another one on the way down, guys. AFMD. Let's see if it can really start to move down. I mean, there's a lot of room. Had a big day yesterday. Can't remember why. It had a big day yesterday. AFMD. Maybe if it takes out the pre-market low, 665, this could really get it going down. I don't see CCM draw. And the reason is the volume. Okay, so the volume, I think here, I'm not in DBI anymore. The volume has to be at least 200,000 here, I guess. Glasses. No, I think it has to be at least 200,000. No, I know it's 187 now, but I'm saying in this one here, it has to be, I think, at least 200,000. Otherwise, it would have shown up here. Not showing up here either because it has to be 300,000, I think. Or is it 200? 200,000. So that's why it's not showing up. But CCM, yeah. So you would think, though, I mean, I'm just looking left here on the weekly chart, maybe a lot of resistance over here. But if you got in here over that $1 pop, yeah, great. This is another one of those crazy ones, guys. PTWO. So yeah, yesterday, yeah, I got up to what, $36, 36.64 or so. I'm sorry, last week it did. Yesterday, 2 days ago. So that was Friday. Low, low volume right now, 49,000. But it showed up in the Halts resume, so that's why I clicked on it. Didn't know what I was going to see until I clicked on it. Boy, this is a classic, isn't it? For me anyway. Timing is everything. I just got into the short too early on the BBWI, lost sight of it, and now it is just awesome. Oh, it's okay, Pepe. I was just going to comment on the quietness of my computer now. That's all. After I did a bunch of physical stuff on it. So, guys, keep an eye on the AGIO still, okay? I mean, it's still flirting with that 46 level. It's just hanging in underneath that 46 level. It takes it out again. It may have another Second day continuation after yesterday's big day. Man, I wish I had. I mean, 526 is the VWAP for the VSTE. Guys, shoot, I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. That's halted again. No, maybe not. Okay, I know I'm babbling here. MLGO, guys, you had to see this. I mean, it popped right through all this. I tried to get it and I couldn't, and now I'm gonna wait. I'll pit, see if it pulls back. But look at that. I mean, look at that pop. I was waiting on a like 11:58 pop. All right, guys, over 12 again. Holy, sorry, guys, son of a gun. I mean, I hope some of you were able. I mean, it wasn't easy, but I hope some of you were able to get this MLGO. I'm out of it. Wow, that was incredible. It's halted now at 14:31. Oh, look at this. I'm out of it. Okay. I mean, I wish I just had to get out of it, but I was hoping this would happen later on in the day. Look at this. I mean, it wasn't even on incredible volume. Got to make sure I am out of it. Yes, I am out of it. Wow. That is a big wow, draw. That is a big wow. And now this is now I don't know if we can believe this. I'm out of it, okay? I am stunned that I got up to this 14. I got out at around 1386. 13, yeah. And I was super happy to do that. I don't know what's going to happen on this open. Whew. How do you use strong volume alert to find unusual volume spikes on stocks without price momentum? Not sure I understand the question, Sam. Are you looking for strong volume and a stock doesn't move? So I'm not sure I understand your question exactly. Are you looking for something that has a strong volume but doesn't move, but the price doesn't move? I mean, again, I mean, these are obviously moving on strong volume, okay, but the price is moving too. I'm not sure when you say without price momentum, not sure I understand. So, well, I'll ask the question. I mean, you just have to answer. I'll ask one question. You can answer yes or no. Are you looking for something that had a lot of volume but did not move in terms of the price? Okay, so you're looking for a volume spike. Well, I mean, it can happen, but I mean, it's not normal. So you want a lot of volume, but no price move. Yeah, I'm trying to think because it's hard for me to understand. I mean, something that's going to have a lot of volume without the price moving at all. I mean, sometimes you'll see like block trades and things like that, but I'd have to think about that. Maybe 5 minute. I'm trying to think of something like maybe this, but but the lowest I think we've got is 5 minutes. So a filter, a 5 minute range, a percent, a very low percent in 5 minutes. I don't know. Maybe you can try that coupled with a volume spike, but I'm not sure that's going to do it. Doesn't happen very often. Maybe you can ask Michael. Maybe Michael has an idea. I can only think of restricting the 5 minute range to something very narrow and also having a volume pop, but I've never really thought about that ever. Oh, I more than 10 times a year. Marky asking, would an MLGO happen at least 10 times a year? Way more. I mean, we see these sort of things probably 10 times a week. All right, guys. Okay, so this opened, right? It opened and it did not open at $10. So good. I'm not in it, but wow. Okay, BJDX. Okay. So, but one might say, I mean, remember now. So this went. I see what you're looking at. There's a volume pop, but this went from 58 cents to 67 cents. I mean, that's a pretty big volume. That's a pretty big increase. It may not look like it on this chart, but I mean, on a percentage basis, that volume contributed to definitely some movement in the share price, either up or down. I may not look at on this 15-minute chart because it's such a cheap stock, but something goes from 58 cents to 60 or whatever, 58 cents to 68 cents. That's a big percentage move. Wow. All right, guy. Wow, 11:58. I've got to hurry. I've got to get my announcement in. Michael will show up anytime now. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Oh, Marky, so many stocks, so many. I mean, momentum stock. No, yeah, momentum stock or momentum scanner. This you're staring at it, MLGO, the races. We first saw it in the Halts resumes. I mean, MLGO would be all over the all like if you have any sort of like a new high or momentum scanner, you're going to see it. Okay, just give me a moment. I just want to put the. So here's the YouTube link, guys. Okay, here is the YouTube link. Michael will be there. It might be there now. I don't know. I've got my music on, so I can't hear if he's there. All right. So I mean, Marky, I mean, there so many scanners would have picked up MLGO. You know, 10-day daily break, 550, 937, 10-day daily break. But I mean, the momentum scanner, momentum scanner. Well, Marky, as long as you're on the right side of the trade, yes, you can make $1 million. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. It's noon now, so anytime now, Mr. Nos should be showing up. And there he is. Okay, guys, so Michael just showed up in our YouTube room. I will put myself on mute in the main room now, and we'll see you guys in about an hour. Mr. Michael Nos, how the heck are you this morning or afternoon for you?
Afternoon, 1:01 p.m.
4 hours difference. Yeah, 101 for you.
I get so jealous of your guys' time zone. It's insane.
You wouldn't be so jealous getting up at 4 in the morning, but you're right. It's nice to leave early, but I would rather have the mountain time zone. I think I can handle that. That would be a good one.
Yeah, that's Colorado, right? That's what Sean
Yeah.
has. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's got it perfect. He's done at what, 3?
2.
2?
Well, you could be done at 2. But you're not getting up at such an ungodly hour.
No, so the market would open 8:30 for him. Yeah,
exactly.
I think that'd probably be perfect.
Yeah. So, my friend, I know you didn't trade MLGO. What a rush. I just had a big trade in that. You probably don't even know that it exists, right?
I do not. I've been loading up on Bitcoin stuff.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Loading up. I think I like to use the MSTR chart because it's basically Bitcoin. I think this is and I've tweeted about this and everything. So it probably means I'm going to be wrong because I've been hitting the table so hard. But I think Bitcoin is the best looking chart on the street right now.
So if I put on IBIT, that should give me an idea, right?
Yeah, just more limited data, but yeah, just this kind of cup and handle look that we got going here. And I did a little study, and it seems like every time GameStop does its pump and dump, Bitcoin rallies. And I don't know if it's like the animal spirits are alive kind of thing, but yeah, I've just noticed it happen a lot, and just a nice looking chart. So I took a bunch of Coinbase. I like Coinbase because it's not only the chart looks good and all that kind of stuff, but it's where all of these companies that are doing Bitcoin ETFs or crypto ETFs, they all have their money in Coinbase. Like, that's the custodian for all this. So
yeah,
it's a nice profitable company with good management and all that kind of stuff too. So that's my
sold. Bet. I'm mortgaging everything and putting it in there because my advisor told me to. Mr. Michael Nos told me to do that. So let me get off here.
Yeah, sell your house and
I'm just going to sell my house.
Put it in
I don't know where I'm going to live, but I'll sell it right now.
Oh,
Market
you
is
can.
excellent right now for us in Vancouver.
I got some room in the backyard here. I'll set you up a
All
tent.
right. Bit of a commute, but that's okay.
It'll be good for a while, but it'll be fine.
Okay, Michael, listen, I'll take off now, and you can answer Sam's question. I don't really have a good answer for him. Why would he use strong volume alert instead of high relative volume?
Absolutely.
Maybe you can answer him
Yep.
that question. Okay, see you in about an hour.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah.
So yeah, easiest thing to do when you're comparing alerts is I always find the help doc is going to be your way. So strong. So we look at the strong volume, and if you always click help right here, we'll actually open up this website and it will explain the idea behind this. This alert is when significantly higher volume than normal, based off the total volume of the stock on several recent days, right? So that's that one. And then the relative volume alert. Yeah, so the high relative volume is much more precise, looking only at the recent volume. So basically, high volume is going to compare the volume done today versus the volume done normally. And then the relative volume is going to give you the volume done in like this moment versus the volume done normally in this moment. So it's just whether or not you want to be more broad or I guess more precise on that one. It's going to be the best way to take a look at it. For me, I like relative volume because basically with relative volume, we cut the day into chunks and we say, so right now it's noon Eastern. So we have relative volume of 1.25 on Coinbase that we have up here. Basically, this is just meaning that as of noon Eastern, over the last, I think, 14 days, Coinbase is doing 125% normal volume at this point in time. Whereas strong volume would look at the entire day. Well, the entire day, it hasn't done too much. So that's going to be the difference with that. You need way more volume to take place, I guess, to get through that strong volume alert, if that makes sense. But yeah, I really like, again, GME is doing what GME does and suckering in a whole bunch of I had some spicy tweets that made some people upset, but when it popped last time, I said, hey, it's time for retail to give a bunch of money to hedge funds, and that's exactly what happened. And it crashing back down to whence it came. But I noticed that, like, if you just look at this as a phenomenon, right? Yes, you have your hardcore conspiracy theorists that think that there's a billion shares short in GameStop and blah blah. No proof of that, makes absolutely no sense in the real world. But if you just look at this and say, is this behavior that you see in the stock market when people are excited to invest and to take financial risk? Or is this the action that you see in the stock market if people are timid about taking financial risk? I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think you have to be a behavioral finance person to say if a failing mid cap retail stock is doing all this crazy stuff, it's probably a risk on environment. Probably not what you see on risk off environments. So that's one reason where I think that I've noticed that you get these kind of pops in Coinbase or in Bitcoin when you get that push. My go-tos used to be like Mara for when I wanted to trade Bitcoin related stuff. But since the ETFs launched, these things have underperformed dramatically when it comes to looking at them versus Bitcoin. MSTR does okay. Like that's looking pretty good. And we got a 21% short float on that one. So that's pretty significant. Then we have coin and coin is looking again. I just really like this. It broke the downtrend line. It's settling in here. It's just a nice, strong looking chart. And then if you look on the monthly chart, it's kind of round trip to its all-time highs. So if it can get up, to 300 or so, that's a great trade, considering I'm going to stop out if we break this low right here. So Friday's low would be the absolute, for me anyway, would be the worst case stop on that kind of thing. Riot. So Riot has a lot of the same problems. The issue, well, so there's certain things. So the benefit you get with something like Riot is it's got a 19% short float. That's pretty good short float. So you're going to have that kind of push where Coinbase does not. However, some of this just comes from I worked in a crypto miner for a little bit before I got started with Trade Ideas. I did some crypto mining and algorithmic development and things like that for their trading algorithms they were running back in the day. It is a very expensive, very hard business, crypto mining, because you have all of these GPUs and very specialty computer systems that are running at full tilt the entire time. They're just going crazy. And so then you have to dissipate that heat somewhere. So then you have to put them in a secure building because it's a whole bunch of expensive equipment that has, it's mining an expensive asset. So you have to have a secure building with good ventilation, and you have to pay people that know what they're talking about to go up and down and tweak the crypto miners, and it's a very, very capital intensive business. So if we're talking about short term trades, then I think the obvious thing is look at the Bitcoin chart, or like IBIT, right? And the nice uptrend that's been occurring here, right? This thing's just kind of pushing into new highs and a nice uptrend. Then you look at something like Riot, and this one's just been selling off. So from a relative strength point of view, these things are not it. But also, and it could be the reason why, not that I'm a fundamental guy, but it's a very expensive, costly, hardware intensive business, where something like Coinbase is just more software and regulatory and that type of thing. So again, I like Coinbase because they're profitable and they have money and all of this kind of stuff. But B, the chart resembles a little bit more of what Bitcoin is, and that's what I'm trying to get with the equity. I'm trying to basically get a leveraged version of Bitcoin. And then I like the fact that pretty much everybody has their crypto domiciled in Coinbase, right? If you take a look at the BlackRock Bitcoin Fund and the Vanguard Bitcoin Fund and all these kind of things, is that um, they have to put their money somewhere, right? BlackRock doesn't have the Bitcoin, right? They're using Coinbase to hold the Bitcoin that they have for this Bitcoin fund. So Coinbase is making money as a custodian for the fund. So regardless of what happens, whether Bitcoin goes up or down, Coinbase is going to make a little bit of money. Now, I still think that Coinbase's price will ultimately be tied to crypto. If Bitcoin goes to 10,000, you're going to get Coinbase back down around $100 or lower. But just the fact that it's the beneficiary of all this business, it makes me think, hey, it might be a good place to kind of put in, right? So, is there a quick way to see all the BTC stock symbols? You could look up all the ETFs. We have, if you go into new and then hit docked channel bar, we have this Bitcoin mining section. So everything that's in this channel will have something to do with crypto related. Right? BTBT, BT Digital, right? We have a blockchain tracker. So this is Hive breaking out here into new highs. Right? Everything Coin, Hive, BITF, Bitfarms. This is probably a good place to get a start to say this is just anything that's Bitcoin related is going on in this section. So that's just open up a new channel bar and it's just blockchain mining. We've got a little cheat sheet for you there. Your indicator looks different. Is that better to use than normal lines? No, and I don't know if I'll have to check if you guys have access to this yet. Um, I don't know if these are out yet. You can see them on the web version, I know. So if you go, this I know for sure. I'm always on like a super early dev build, so it's a little bit different for me. But if we go down to the web version and you click on this right here, you just see EMA clouds and you can have all the settings there. I just don't know if they've made their way out to the beta or not. I guess if you're updated to the latest beta, I can ask you guys, if you see this little FX symbol that's up here in the corner, if you see that and you're on the newest beta, then yes, we've pushed it out. If you don't see this little FX button, then you don't. Now, for what they are, and me and Barry have talked about these before, they are what's called moving average clouds, and essentially, all a moving average cloud is the distance between two moving averages gets shaded in. And it's just something I've been playing with because we're building some stuff for kind of an affiliate that we have. Let me just click on something that looks nice for, yeah. So this green cloud, for me anyway, the top part of it is just the 8 EMA and the bottom part is the 20 EMA, and it's shaded green if the 8 EMA is above the 20 EMA. And again, the green shaded area is just the difference between the top and the bottom. And then this one is the 45 EMA and the 55 EMA. And basically just to give me a little bit of a zone around the 50-day moving average, which is something that I know Steve uses a lot as like his health indicator for a stock, and just things that I'm playing with it. I like them because they'd be very basic to build rules around for people who are not experts in trend analysis. Right, you would just pick two moving averages that you would define as, if it's above these and they're pointed higher, then it's an uptrend, and you can just plug those in, and it makes it very kind of simple to your eye to look and say, uh, it's BJ here, right? So you'd look at this and say, okay, this cloud's green and this cloud's blue, and this cloud's above that cloud, so we're in an uptrend. So I'm going to look to buy, and then you would go through all of your other analysis for there. Yeah, it's an interesting take. But I will say this, like anything, there is no magic indicator. Again, they're just moving averages. It's just another way to see moving averages. What day is short float update? I think it's the middle of the month, so like the 15th, and then the 30th is technically when it's updated. And I always warn that keep in mind that there are places out there that say that you can get more faster short float data, but it's not official. So they are estimating what the short float data actually is. The official short float data is every 2 weeks. How they do that, if anyone's interested, the estimation is they have to report how many shares they shorted at the end of every day, but they're not reporting how many shares they covered. So it's useless in that. So you can basically, so say for example, GME, if I shorted 1 million shares of GameStop yesterday, and then I covered 1 million shares of GameStop yesterday because this thing just kind of completely fell apart, you would only see in these kind of estimated reports an extra 1 million shares short in GameStop. You wouldn't see that those were then covered for a profit or a loss. So it doesn't give you the net short float position. So that's why, again, I think it's very paramount that you wait for that number. Now, in a perfect world, being 2024, and this is a case I made when I was talking on CNBC there, is that we could get this data updated daily. You could have it updated in real time. And I wish there was way less conspiracy theories about 18 billion shares short and blah 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 and all that kind of stuff, and more focus on, right, let's get the actual problems fixed, right? This stuff should be updated frequently, right? Question about charts. To be able to see the charts, I have to uncheck browser version. The charts will work. So you can see I have the browser interface checked, so it's working for me. I would maybe try to reach out to support there and see if there's any reasons why they wouldn't be working for you, but they're working fine for me, and I haven't seen any complaints. I can check here in the chat. As a broker, I use Interactive Oak Brokers, and I use the Brokerage Plus connection, but now switched to the broker platform in TS. I haven't noticed any delays between Brokerage Plus and IB. I use IB as well because I'm Canadian, and there's really no other option for us. A lot of because we ban payment for order flow, there's nothing really, there's no good brokers up here that give you low rates. So I haven't noticed that. I am also not a very short-term fast trader. I am a swing trader. So I'm looking at stuff at the end of the day. I'm opening up my Brokerage Plus then and pretty much only then, and I'm placing my trades and moving on. I haven't noticed any lag with that personally. I would say make sure you've got your data feed on point. It is insane that they just can't give you data to me, but that is definitely a problem for sure. Because the way it works is that we have to use for fill prices and everything. Sorry, I dropped my mic there. We have to use IB's data. So if you don't have the correct data feed, then that can cause some problems. Yeah, I use Brokerage Plus usually for my executions, but again, I'm a much slower trader. So if you're talking about a couple seconds here or there, I wouldn't notice that. In as much as as much as some people would. if you're a day trader, obviously the speed of your fills are something you'd pay a lot more attention to. For me, I'm just going through on the close and hitting some buttons, and I haven't noticed anything. Yeah, no problem. Coinbase still kind of, let's check on a shorter term chart here. Go to a 15-minute. Yeah, it's working its way up there. I bought my buy on this one was just through this kind of 130 or 239 area. Just, nice little kind of cup in through there. The hope is that quickly gets me through this high right here at 248, 249, and then I'll be very happy with it. And then again, my stop is if we break these lows down here at 220, that's got to be the swing trade over for me. I am early or wrong, which is essentially the same thing. But yeah, I want to see a push through. If we're talking psychological type levels, I want to see a push to and through 250 pretty quickly. And then we can take a push. We can take a push from there. Just 1 second. Sorry, just getting slacks. But that's because really, other than that, there's not too much that's interesting me here too much in the market because we're kind of in a range and we're kind of in a messy range. Now, the longer we stay up here where we are, the better in my opinion, in my humble opinion. The better overall because we are above these prior highs, these highs from April. We're above those. So the idea that I always want to have is that as long as we are above the April highs, then that's super bullish. It's to be honest exactly what you expect when a stock or a stock market or a company breaks through all-time highs, is that it takes some time above and digest. And like we saw on Friday, when you have pushes below here, people look at these all-time highs as, okay, this is a potential buying opportunity, so I want to get involved against this level. And this is actually like my personal favorite trading setup of all time is just some sort of break of resistance, a pullback, have it hold resistance for a period of time, and then starts to push off. And then you take your buy there, and you're wrong right here. That's for me my favorite setup of all time. We actually have a scan for that, and as long as we are holding above there, that's what I think is happening in the market. So if people don't know, we can go to support and resistance, and we can go to it's retest of the breakout. So we can hit this one. And as we scan here, you'll see just this setup occur over and over again. There's some sort of a resistance area that was broken, came back, retesting it, and then either is pushing off it or is at least holding it. So FRPT, you can see that pretty clear as day there. ORN, same thing. We've got this level here for ORN at call it 960. CCJ, right? Here's the level. It's funny, it did one right back here. We can move that up. You can see this level of resistance in this area. Broke that. Now it's retesting that there. Again, just a very simple setup. I like it as well. If I wanted to trade the final hour of the day due to time restraint, how would you personally find a fitting strategy? assuming you just wanted to day trade, it would have to be like anything else. It would have to be momentum. You'd have to be very patient. I think it could definitely be done. But you'd have to understand that in a lot of days, there wouldn't be anything happening. So what I would kind of look at is I would make a list. I'm just thinking this through out loud. So you'd obviously have to test what I'm saying here, but I would make a list of what were the high flyers of the day. Probably easy way to do that would be can't show that yet. So yeah, go to like the explosive winners channel, for example, and find whatever, or you could build your own scan. You could even do this on the web. I think might be a fine way to do it, where you take the market scope and give me the biggest changes from the open. This again, just thinking this through out loud, but I think this is how I would do it. And then you would develop a strategy around trying to either fade or to look for continuation. I would say probably fade some of the earlier movers, right? So, I would take a look through these things and say, okay, let me find the ones that have gone from, $2 to $1,000,000, like this OLMA thing. If you start to see some weakness in something like this near the end of the day, where you have these very much, generally speaking, short-term trader moves, then that would make me think, okay, these are ones to take a look at. Switch to this. Yeah, so this one's up from $9 to 14 over a number of days. And then, we're nearing some resistance overhead at 15. I would probably take a look at this in the last hour of the day and just say, okay, now let me focus on going through this list right here and just seeing which of these ones would potentially fade back down, or if they're putting in nice bases to break out of. But uh, you know I would think, because a lot of these names, a lot of these crazy ones are driven by very short-term traders, right? The market cap, there's only 29 million shares outstanding on this name, and it's done 5 million, so it's done a quarter of the float today traded on this name. So it makes me think there's a lot of short-term traders in a name like this. So I would focus on names like this, and I would say, okay, these are the names that I want to focus on potentially from the short side to look to kind of fade back down. That's one idea. I don't know if that's the idea. That's one idea. I think I broke everything here. 1 second. This is why they give us the experimental versions and they don't give them to you guys. Is because we need to work on them and break them, sometimes live, so that by the time they hit you guys, they're way better dealt with. What are the benefits of becoming a CMT? I'm thinking about being a software designer. I think it could add value if I want to stay in the financial market. From a education and trading side of things, I think the main benefit of becoming a CMT is it forces you to focus on many different areas of technical analysis, not just the traders. We kind of get, as we should, I think it's correct, we get pigeonholed into things that we do that work, and that's what we focus on, and we focus hard on these are the things that I'm doing that work for me. And again, I think that's correct. I don't, I think that's the way it should be, is that you should focus on whatever you're doing that's work and just become a master at that. But what I liked about the CMT from a trading point of view is that it did make me look at different aspects and areas of trading that I hadn't in the past. And then that actually brought some benefit to my trading because it exposed me to different areas, I guess, a good way to put it, of things that I hadn't really focused on before. So I think that that's a benefit from a trading side of things. However, you certainly don't need a CMT in order to do that kind of stuff. It's like, well, you said you're a software engineer. So I think this is probably a perfect analogy for them, right? You don't need a degree or a certificate or anything like that to do your job, because all you need to know is how to work with the coding language and software and suites and things like that, um, that you use, right? It doesn't matter if you're graduated from Harvard or whatever, right? If you can code, you can code. It's a skill. It's not something that you need a specific license or a specific graduate degree or something for. However, right, same with the CMT. If you're looking to get outside recognition, then it makes sense to get, right. If you're looking to potentially manage money in the future, if you're looking to um, get a job working in the financial markets in any way, then it makes kind of perfect sense. But in my case, one of the reasons that I took it, even though I had obviously been studying charts for many, many, many years before I took my CMT, had a lot to do with a lot of the stuff that I do here at Trade Ideas and a lot of the stuff that I do for myself, just speaking kind of publicly about trade ideas and trading and markets and all that kind of stuff. It adds that level of credibility because anyone can call themselves, I guess, just like anyone could call themselves a software engineer, anyone could call themselves a technician, right? Someone who brings up a chart and draws 3 lines says, all right, I'm a technician. Just like anyone who could write a few lines of code could call themselves a software engineer. The benefit is if you see anybody with your CMT, well, you know that that person studied hard for a number of years and studied different aspects and had to go through exams and also had to get sponsored. That's kind of the last step, in which you need to find 3 other CMTs that are either familiar with your work, or there's programs that you can write essays and things like that for them, and they will they'll look at that and say, okay, hey, this person makes sense. I'm going to sponsor this person. But yeah, there's all of these um, different things that you have to go through. So that just adds credibility to say, okay, this person's a CMT. I know it's not just some guy on Twitter who says, oh, I'm a technician. Look here, I opened up a chart and threw a MACD on it, and that means I know technical analysis, right? So it's whether or not that level of credibility is at all important to you. But I'm a fan. They have cool parties too. I went to the 50th in New York. That was fun. Um, there's a certain camaraderie that exists. You meet someone at an event and you're a CMT and they're a CMT. It goes, oh, okay, well, right. I know you've been through it just like I've been through it. I have a top list to get the biggest gappers with specific criteria, and then I have a look at it. That it was a former runner, but I can't filter. Yeah, well, something like a former runner could mean a lot of things to a lot of people. So, right, the more subjective right, you go, the harder it gets to kind of program that in. You could do something like, I want a volatile security, and add a volatility filter or an ATR filter. But yeah, seeing something, is this a former runner? That's a very hard, uh, just concept to program, right? To turn into ones and zeros. So, plus, I don't think it would take a lot of time to do anyway. So I wouldn't. You always got to look at, uh, how much time and energy will the automation save you, and then how much will that, actually make you money in the long run. I do think that there's a big benefit of not doing that kind of thing. That's good. I just saw Twist Bioscience pop up on TI Strength here. I'm in this name. I bought some on the break of this candle right here. I talked about it in one of my market wrap ups the other day. And yeah, it's great. So far, great move. So I'm glad to see it in TI Strength. I was a bit nervous. I looked at it at the close of yesterday's candle. I was a bit nervous of that topping tail, but looks like we might be trying to reverse that. And then Spotify, I don't have anything in, but that does look nice. That does look nice here as well. Yeah, I have a conundrum on how much scanning, how precise a scan should be, and it's always going to be a scale, um, back and forth, where uh, the tighter you make the scan, the more precise the setups are going to meet that scan. However, it means you're going to miss a lot of things. And then if you make it really, really loose, you're going to let a bunch of stuff in. And I always go back and I think of the old technicians who actually, the Ralph Alcamporas and Luis Yamadas, and the old school technicians that would actually draw in the, um, draw the candlestick at the end of the day by hand before computers. This is how they would, right? They'd actually sit down, and the SPY and the 11 sectors, and then any of the stocks they wanted, they would look at the high, low, open, close price, and they would draw in the candle every day by hand. And you talk to a lot of these guys, these old school guys, and they found that by doing this, they became very intimately familiar with the areas of the markets that they covered, because they were looking at these things as they were drawing them in every day. Um, so I do think there's a section that if you fully kind of, automate everything away, and you don't have to go through, uh, you know, I say 100 charts at night. 100 charts should take you like 10 minutes. Um, I do think you lose a little bit of your kind of touch with the market. I think I go through about 250, I think, charts a night as part of my routine. I think that's what I'm up to. Do you day trade TI Strength? No. TI Strength is um, more of a daily, long term to weekly investment algorithm. So, um, the cloud, you can get it. I just actually confirmed on our Slack there. The clouds will be out to beta versions very soon. I guess they're having a meeting about that, in a half hour, according to the Slack message I just got about getting that up. So the way to make sure that you're always getting the latest beta version is go to Tools and Options, and it'll open up this little window right here. And then under Upgrade, there's two buttons here. right? So you can actually upgrade only the production releases. And this will be great for people who really, really value complete, stable, right? You want to make sure that it works, right? Because if we put something out to production, it's been working a long time. Is just it works. You're good to go. Or all releases, and all releases will include the beta releases. And the beta releases is we've tested it internally. All the traders that you see on this show, they all use the beta versions of these. Um, so that's it's not like it's just we give it to you out of the wild, but they're beta versions, which means they haven't gone through as vigorous of testing. However, that's where you're going to get the new stuff. So if you click all releases, then every day when you open trade ideas, what happens is it goes and it checks to see if there's a new beta out. If it is, it will ask you if you want to upgrade. You click upgrade, away you go. And then eventually you'll see this FX button up here as well. And when you click on that, there's a couple indicators that are here, and EMA Cloud is one of them. The idea is, so right now it's a bit confusing because we have the two indicator managers. We're going to merge those eventually. Um, Basically, we have opened up access to a whole bunch of new indicators that we're bringing into the system, and they just kind of have to be merged. So keep your beta version on. Someday you'll open it up, and it will say, "Hey, uh, do you want to upgrade?" And you'll click yes, and then when you see this FX button up there, then you'll be good to go. Love to see those two, Ralph and Luis. Yeah, they're still. I hung out with them a bunch at the 50th of the CMT, and yeah, they're still going at it, man. And I love to see it too because it means that there is true passion for what you do. If you are so, for those who don't know, Ralph Alcampora and I would say Luis Yamada are kind of the godparents of technical analysis. Ralph is the founder of the CMT. He actually argued in front of Congress in the United States to get the CMT the recognition that it has, to put it on par with the CFA. Just titans of our industry, and they're up there. They've been doing it for a long time, but still, they still love it. And they still, probably going through 100 charts a day, just like I am, and probably just weekly charts or monthly charts at this point. But right, the whole, if you have passion for something, then you'll be doing it well into old age is the hope. There's the Bitcoin Trust. Everything is a lot of Bitcoin related stuff popping up in TI Strength, I noticed. And insurance, why not? But yeah, very good. So we'll check back on my Coinbase. Again, I have from both Coinbase and Bitcoin itself and my MicroStrategy, I've got a bit. If you see Bitcoin break out over the next few days, you're gonna know that Michael's been a very happy camper. I think those are. I just think it's the best chart on the street right now is the Bitcoin chart. So again, like anything, I've got a stop loss, and if it comes back and hits my stop loss, then that's just the way she goes. But I've kind of bought a couple things in a diversified Bitcoin basket that if Bitcoin moves higher, then one of them I think will pay off pretty well, and then if it doesn't, then away you go. IBIT, is that the iShares Bitcoin? So we're breaking over this downtrend right here. Looking to see a push into 42 and then above, which with Bitcoin can obviously happen very, very quick. Bitcoin has this, I think always MSTR is a good way. MSTR is like the de facto crypto, the stock crypto alternative, I would say. just because no one knows what the hell MSTR does. It doesn't do crypto, but right, crypto has this, Bitcoin has this long periods of nothing followed by massive moves, and then long periods of nothing followed by massive moves. So all I'm looking for on this, and we can just draw it out here, is, to me, this just looks very cup and handle like. And we got the big cup there, and then we got a little bit of a handle here. It looks like that handle's breaking out today. So then classically, as a kind of classical technical analyst, how you measure the move from that is you take from the base of the cup to the top of the cup, which is from, say, 1,000 to 2,000 on MSTR, and then you extend that up from the breakout point. So that's, say, 1,500 to 2,500 would be a measured move. I don't expect, or I don't have any orders out that would keep me in for that long in most of the position, but I'm just looking to see if this little base break, and this looks very similar to what crypto as a whole looks like. I'm just hoping this base break over the next few days gets us to this high, and if we break through there and have a little pop higher, then again, Michael is a very happy boy if you see that happen. Because, yeah, that's a big move, and a lot of people are waiting for that move. And again, I have no idea if that move is going to actually happen. I know nothing that anyone else knows. Yeah, I know nothing that anyone else knows. Like, I don't have any magic powers or anything when it comes to trading these things. I've nailed a couple good ones in the past when it came to Bitcoin, and I'm just thinking that might be the move, right? Better breakout from the pivot about 10 days ago. Like back here, yeah, that would have been nice if you knew that was going to happen. But there, it's kind of still in a downtrend, right? This is why the cup and handle is as powerful as it is, right? Instead of, there are a lot of people, they think cup and handle is a bottoming pattern. It never was. William O'Neill never looked at the cup and handle like a bottoming pattern. But the idea is that you have a big push up, and then a lot of people on the way down are trying to time pullbacks. And there's nothing wrong with that if that's your trading strategy. But what the cup and handle does is says, I'm going to wait to have the buyers prove that they can push back up. Generally, you want the handle to happen, right up here, but nothing's textbook. So then you're waiting for a bull flag to occur. A shallow pullback is a way to put it. That's going to get you in the direction of the overall trend. But again, yeah, the main purpose of the cup and handle is, a lot of people, right? A cup and handle is you move up and then you pull back, and a lot of people want to try to nail this pullback, which, again, if you have a strategy for, there's nothing wrong with it. But the cup and handle just says, well, why don't I just wait for the buyers to show that they've come back in? And then when I have a little bit of a pullback, then that will be my point to trade, because I'm more proving that this will come back in. So what you'll have is, like any strategy, you have trade-offs, right? If you nail the entry more down in this area, then your risk reward is much better. You didn't have to wait for confirmation as much as I did. So you'll make more money if it starts to push through these highs. In return, you're probably going to be right less often, and it's just kind of a push, um, from the last candle to 10 back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, if it breaks that, yeah, you could wait for that for sure. I see what you're saying. You want to break this candle. That'd be ultimate confirmation. To me, that's just a little bit. Again, it's the same thing I guess I said from down here. If you wait for that to break and clear, then yeah, you'll probably be more accurate. But now your stop loss has to go way down here. So now you're buying it here and your stop loss has to go here, where I'm just thinking that if this downtrend breaks here, that I can get in a little bit earlier. So it means I will be right less often than waiting for the confirmed breakout, but my stop loss is lower. So, it's again, 6.5 does the other. Was Ralph the guy who wrote the charts on the side of his building? Yeah, he draws the monthly candle of the Dow at the end of every month on the side of his barn. He still does it. Still does it every day or every month. He goes out and paints what the current Dow candle is on the side of his barn. And I think he's got that willed. So when he passes, the Smithsonian said they want the barn, or at least the side of it. I'm sure they'll pull the side off. BITQ and IBIT. Yeah, still looking good here. So again, I'm not looking for this to explode like right now or today. I'm just trying to get it to break this high before it breaks this low, right? That's kind of the game plan there, right? John.
Michael.
Barry.
I shouldn't listen to you on your Tuesday hour because you make me feel so inadequate.
Why?
I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing about all the most of the stuff you talk about. I'm. It is amazing what you look at actually, and how I look at things, and very very different. And yet there obviously there are different ways to make money in the market.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, and I would say none of them are right or wrong,
no,
or better or worse. It's just different beast.
And are you a John Murphy fan? See, I don't know who John Murphy is. See, again,
I didn't know either, but I'll.
okay,
I just brought him up on. I guess he's got a webinar series at on stock charts. So I'll take a look.
Stock charts, man. I remember looking at those eons ago. It seems.
Yeah, and they really haven't updated that much.
I mean, they were awesome back in the day, but I mean, so I haven't looked at them for probably 15 or 20 years. But they were really, I mean, they were ahead of their time, I think, in those days.
Yeah, well, they were one of the first like web-based, deep kind of technical analyst tools, and that's why I think you still see a lot of those kind of old school technicians still use them, is because they're where we focus on more real-time action and all that, they focus more on like depth of indicators and things like that. But they do have a kind of a trading view style real-time version, but the most that people use are still those old school web charts. But yeah.
So, Michael, I know you don't do a lot of intraday scanning and all, but just out of curiosity, would something like CNM have ever appeared on anything that you're looking at?
Oof. No.
Oof is right.
No.
See, that came out of my 10-day daily breakdown, and at $52. And I'm just wondering that does anything like that ever show? And it's an earnings play. I have a different view of earnings season now. Earnings season is really exciting. When you get some of these weeks where you got 1,000, 1,200 companies releasing earnings. But right now we're only getting a handful. But the thing is though that there's more eyeballs staring at fewer charts now. And so, like a CNM, had you ever even heard of CNM before?
No.
Me neither. I mean, I think I may have, when I look at the name Core and Main, it's possible, way back somewhere in my memory banks, it might be tucked away somewhere. But, I never would have thought about CNM. And it's having its day on earnings, and it's bad. I mean, it's a bad day on earnings, and yet so there's not that many stocks to take a look at really. Another one was BBWI, which, Michael, I'm always amazed at BBWI, which is I always used to think they were the Bed Bath and Beyond competitor.
Yeah.
I'm still amazed that I mean, they're having a bad day. It's an earnings play for them also, but I mean, they're still look like, I guess, a viable company.
I think those are different, aren't they? Don't they sell like no, I don't want to say makeup, but like all that like really expensive fancy shit that women put them on themselves in the shower. I thought that's what that did. Like,
Well, let's
like
see now. Well, you're right. Okay, it's more fragrances for the body, and
yeah, like that
I
kind of stuff.
mean,
Well,
it's body lotions, home fragrance. I'm just looking at the business summary that we've got: liquid hand soap. So
well,
maybe it is not more knickknacks. It's not maybe as knickknacky as Bed Bath and Beyond was.
yeah, well, Bed Bath and Beyond's problem. I've been thinking a lot about that. I don't know if you saw my CNBC yesterday, but
No,
uh,
I missed it.
I'm kind of trying to make an argument out there. The more I think of these meme stocks, as we got to start separating them out. Like Bed Bath and Beyond had, when it died, it had like uh 12 billion, I think, in debt, and it had all these like giant big box retail stores, and it was selling overpriced towels, and it was trying to compete with Amazon. Like that's an awful company. If you look at AMC, AMC has $9 billion in debt. It's diluted its shareholders a bunch. It's losing money in 78 minus 78 cents a share
Hmm.
every quarter. It's losing money. This is also a dead, crappy company. Now,
I know where this is going, Michael. I know where this is going, and I can't
well,
believe you're going to say it.
I know, but if you go to GameStop, our
Yeah,
data has to update. But now, after that most recent raise, they have
yeah.
$2 billion in cash.
Hmm.
They broke even last year because again, they brought me on CNBC to talk with this. So this is the first time I actually kind of looked at all the financials and sat back and had a hard think. I'm like, okay, so they're breaking even. Um, they don't have a shit ton of debt, but they have a lot of cash. I think it's like 2 to 1 cash to debt
Hmm.
ratio. Um, the company is still stupid. There's no reason to sell video games physically, but like if you just look at how bad they are, it seems like it's time to start splitting these off, and that maybe there's a turnaround story in this. I know GameStop's never going to be a thousand, $10,000 a share or whatever the loons will tell you, but it's like with that much cash and breaking even, it's like gives them a little bit of runway to say, okay,
Right. It has a
what,
bit of a story that sounds feasible to a certain extent.
yeah, and say, well, what are we going to do, right? It can't sell physical copies of games anymore. That's stupid. But like,
Hmm.
do you, does is the two? I get the story that I kind of said is the $2 billion in cash enough for management to figure out what they're going to turn the company into. If not,
Hmm.
it's going to go to zero, just like AMC and all these other ones are. But if they can figure out something to do, then I don't know. Maybe in 5-10 years, we're seeing GameStop at $50 a share, kind of legitimately. Who knows?
Hmm. Maybe they'll do a Carvana. I mean, look at Carvana. I mean,
Well, and that's
and I mean, I don't know anything about them other than the stock symbol and what I've kind of read over the last couple of years, but because I don't think they're in Canada, but
no,
the thing is that I mean, all the analysts, I mean, they got egg on their face because I almost thought they were trolling them. We now have a 10-cent price target on these
yeah,
guys, and but I believe that, I mean, I haven't looked at their financials, but I guess they've turned the corner. I mean, obviously, I would think that it's not just a complete meme that it's up over around $100. At least I don't
no,
think so.
and they did the sensible thing that that GameStop did as well. They had their short squeeze moment, right? Way back when they were $7. They had this that was just a short squeeze, and
Hmm.
they used it to raise a shit ton of money. They raised
Hmm.
a few $1 billion in cash. And what happened was, I don't know if you remember with with AMC, is he tried to raise a bunch of money during
Yeah.
the AMC squeeze, but the shareholders, which was retail, voted it down. So that's
Well,
why
that was the ape thing, right?
that's
Wasn't that the
that's
yeah.
why he did the ape thing to get around the fact that they voted down, because his argument was, which was correct, was if we can raise a bunch of money right now, we can pay off all our debt, and then we can sit on a bunch of cash and we can figure out how to become profitable again. But it's funny because you can actually hear some leaked audio of the guy talking about, to some of these people who were railing about synthetic shorts and all this crap, saying
Yeah.
that you guys are the reason if our company goes bankrupt, it's you, because it was them that went on all these message boards and said, no, we can't raise money because that will help these, invisible shorts that no one's found any evidence of in 5 years to get out of their position. So they
Mhm.
voted it down because of these phony shorts that don't exist, and that may have doomed the company. Whereas with GameStop, they were able to raise that $2 billion, pay off all their debt, and still be in a decent. Now, I'm still not going to buy it; it's still a shitty company, but I could see a world where in 5 years from now, the GameStop's a legitimate company. Whereas obviously Bed Bath and Beyond and AMC, they're going to
Mhm.
zero, I think.
Well, it's funny with the GameStop because I mean I'm not a gamer at all, never have been, but we have one of their stores in one of the local malls, and every time I pass by it, I see the big. It's sort of that weird reaction, that body reaction when I see it,
Yeah,
but it's always packed. I have to admit, it is always packed. It's not like walking in there and you see. I don't walk in, but it's not like I only see one person. I always see 10, 15, 20 people milling about. Now, maybe all they're doing is checking out to see what they might want to buy, and then they go to Amazon. I don't know, but
well, the
yeah,
issue is that they sell trinkets right now. So if you um say you have a video game that you like and you want like an action figure, your kid wants an action figure of the video game character, you can buy that stuff at GameStop. But
oh, I
there's no
see.
reason to buy a video game anymore, because just like Netflix, you just open up your video game console and you click on the game you want, it downloads and you start playing, right? So there's no
Right.
need to go there. So they just need to figure out, okay, what are we gonna sell, or are we gonna turn these stores into something else, right? Maybe, who knows? But it's just I don't. I still think it's an awful company, but it's if there's like a tier to memes,
Yeah. Yeah.
GameStop's got to be like the top tier, and everything else is kind of
Right.
crap. But
Yeah, because I mean, even though I mean, sure, it fell from the $400, but it never really. I mean, the AMC's and the Bed Bath and Beyonds and others crazy meme stocks, they tanked horribly.
mhm,
GameStop has not tanked horribly. To tank horribly, to me, it would have to be back down to $4 or $5. Which is pre forward split area that when it all started. It
yeah,
never really got down there. I mean, it got down to what 12, 13, $14, and it's still kind of it's in this. But I agree with you. You're talking about raising 2 billion and being able to cover a lot of their debt and maybe giving them time to figure out, well, what do we do going forward?
yeah. Like if they can remain break even for 3 or 4 years while they reinvent the company, maybe they got a chance. If they start burning cash again, then all bets are off. But
Right.
yeah, I don't know what it turns into. It's definitely not a video game retailer at the end of this, but
Hmm.
uh, you know, maybe there's a turnaround story. Who knows?
Mr. Nas, thank you so much for taking over for me, spelling me for the hour. We'll see you next Tuesday.
All right, I'll talk to you then.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms and I am, just give me one moment as I get my music going. All right. Now, on a personal note, I've had a pretty darn good day. Okay, I was very fortunate to figure out a way to trade that crazy MLGO. So I'm definitely reducing my risk for the balance of the day. When I say that, I mean it's not that I might, it's not that I won't trade, but I will certainly reduce the amount of risk I'm going to take per trade. So what do I mean by that? That means if I were risking $500 a trade before, I might only risk like 50 or 100. I mean, quite frankly, I don't need to trade. If I weren't doing this, I'd be gone. Now this VSTE, guys, the VSTE, this has a, it kind of has that mini look of of the MLGO. You can kind of see that if it can take out these highs later on. I know it sounds crazy. It's got to move $2, but takes out these highs. What traders will be looking at is the day it hit 12, and they're wondering, okay, could it do it again? Just two trades on the MLGO, just two. The very rare. The very rare trading within the first 15 minutes. And then caught it. Okay, right around here, the second time, just over around 11. Just looking at my. Actually, it was in this area here, just around 12, just under 12 on this candle right there, and then it was popped up to 15. I did not get out at 15. So Joe Schmo, no, I'm trading stocks. I don't trade options. This is if you're new to trade ideas, okay, it sounds like you are. Well, you're new to the room anyway. I'm talking to Joe in our YouTube room. So we only scan for stocks, okay? We don't scan for options. We do have some option filters that I've been told that can help people who trade options maybe find stocks to trade, but we don't per se scan for options. I can show you what option filters we've got. I right click on this alert window, click on configure, then I'm just going to click on search, then options. Oops. So these are the option filters that we have. So the put call, some of the obvious ones, the put call ratio, the option volume today, and the put and the call volume today. This one, option volume contracts, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this one, the option volume today percent, used in conjunction with this option volume. So for instance, if a stock has traded, say 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, and you use this filter here, and you put 300% ratio of 3, for you to see that stock today, the one that is traded on average 5,000 contracts, it'll have to trade 15,000 contracts today. Okay, minimum. So it's a way to zero in if you're looking for stocks trading abnormally option wise. This is I think this is pretty good. Well, it is good. It's going to show you stocks trading abnormally option wise. If that helps you trade the options, great. Yeah, I mean, listen, the MLGO may not be over. As crazy as it sounds, it may not be over. Um, it is pulled back all the way down to 781. If it gets over 10 again, you never know. You just never ever know. I mean, this surprised the heck out of me. That move there at 11:45, that candle. I mean, that just absolutely blasted through the couple of price alerts I had and just continued almost unabated to 15. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but so I'm looking at some of these early. Oh man, I mean, one of the ones I know alerted you guys to. I did not take the trade, but I know some of you probably took it. Look at this. Is it here still? It's not here anymore. Okay, so OLMA, OLMA. My goodness, OLMA. I think I mentioned this on a 13 break. Right about here. No, right about here. Right in this area here, a 13 break. This was early. I think it was on that candle, the 1030 candle. They got to 13 and it was hanging around 13. And we were talking about how, well, it was above yesterday's high, of course, and it had room to run until about, look at this. 1536 is the high, and this is 1532. So almost right to the penny. Almost right to the penny. That's where it stalled. But what a great move for Olma. Second day continuation. In fact, even a bigger candle than yesterday. I don't really remember what happened yesterday. It was not an earnings play. Now, the other one I've been kind of following, guys, is the AGIO. AGIO, maybe not be quite as dynamic as the rest of them, but been watching this one as it keeps trying to break out over 46. A little bit like the OMA, okay, except the OMA had a smaller candle yesterday. This is almost like a reverse. But, you can see that if it can take out this 46, because I think when I looked, I believe it was November of 2021. I think that is the next, maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm right. So November of 2021, those are the next highs on the monthly chart, which are around 51. So, I'm not saying to take the trade, but it certainly is trying to hang around that 46 mark. Well, I'd followed this VKTX all the way down here, and but now it's finally had its bounce, a decent bounce, about a $3 bounce for VKTX. I know somebody mentioned the CCM earlier, and I think it was on that dollar break. Boy, what a move! Up to 155. It's pulled back a lot, but got to be quick on these guys. It's all actually in this particular one. It wasn't really about the float. 42 million. It's certainly not low, not high, but not low. All right, guys. GME now is doing a little curl pattern. I think little bit. I mean, the stock is or the trend is up. Been a little bit jumpy, but I can see that if it can take out 20 to 27.40, it might have more room to go. The next high looking left would be 28 on the 15-minute chart. And of course, I mean, it's got all sorts of room from yesterday when it hit high of 41 ish. I think it was higher in the pre market. I think it was up to 44 in the pre market. All right, guys. I'll go over my homepage one last time. Keep an eye on that GME, guys. It really It really held 27 nicely. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. No, you won't see that. So at the very top here, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. Again, you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my promo code. The reason being is that it will really help to keep this room free. Every subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit, and that's how we keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, there is the getting started 10 short videos. You must do that first. Trading 101, if you're new to trading. Michael Noss, who was just in our YouTube room for between 12 and 1 Eastern time. We put this together, about 38 or 39 videos, all free if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week is also free. Okay, you can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education sections here, our user guide, etc. And here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, the scans that I'm currently sharing anyway. Now I don't have them all up and running. Okay, these are just a bunch of scans that I decided to put on my homepage. You can take a look at them. These are the relative strength leaders. Is this one right here? The biggest gainers from the open, the race is right here. And this is the halts resumes right here. But, the momentum scan is here. It's on another monitor. So I do have that open. And I do have, and look how few alerts we get. The 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. They're right here. Somebody asked earlier, well, how come yours is all like in a nice little dock window? The reason I have it like this or like this individually, not everybody wants to short. Okay, so I decided I'll break them out. And also, this is the don't repeat version. So, for instance, what this means is I can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from that first alert? No, I'm not short OMA. No, Jay. What happened from that first alert? We had MLGO at 9:37 Eastern time. The alert was at 5:50. Well, if I scroll back a bit, and you'll see that MLGO, every time it made a new high, I'm going to see it. So I can click on it at 5:50 or click right here. And over here, well, I don't even have to do that. I can just look and you can see there is a blue arrow. That blue arrow tells me the time, the candle, depending on what chart I'm looking at. This is on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart, it would be pointing at the 5-minute candle. But that tells me where the alert happened. Well, obviously, look what happened after that. So this is the same sort of thing. This is telling me over and over and over again, hey, look at me. I'm making a new high. Well, I like the way this is organized though for me, but you may not like that. So consequently, that's why I have it broken out. You can have the traditional way of looking at our scans, where you'll see the alert every time it makes a new high over and over and over again, or a new low. Okay, your choice. Okay, so William says he will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. So typically, what I do is I usually taking off usually a little bit before 3 now. I think yesterday I stayed after 3 Eastern time, of course. So usually I'm taking off now between 2:30 and quarter to 3. But William will keep the main room open until 4. So for those of you in YouTube, I will put the main trading room link into YouTube so that you can head over if you want to, if you haven't had enough of trading. or talking about trading. All right, guys, Agio. This looks interesting now to me anyway. AGIO. Give me a moment, guys. Set a price alert. So I see MLGO back at 10, back at 10. That would have been a heck of a short for the OMA. Yeah, it would have been a nice short. Getting right into that top here. A lot of shares were available at Interactive Brokers, 1.25 million. So yeah, just kind of took my eye off it. Look at that look how many races it's won, guys. 17 races today, MLGO. Well, that might be too late though, but let's take a look at OMA. I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. Um, I don't have the 10 SMA on here anymore. So will it act as support? Okay, so that middle line there, yeah. So I think Michael, if you guys are in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, some people asked about this cloud looking on my 15-minute chart. I could have it on any chart. And that'll be, I guess Michael was saying, I guess we'll find out today. There's a marketing meeting today. We'll find out when it will be available. It'll be in beta release. Oh, guys. Agio, Agio, Agio. Boy, oh boy, what to do? What to do, guys, with this MLGO? I mean, this is This may not be over, but you've got to be awfully careful. I mean, remember, look at that giant red candle. Oh, look at Agio, guys. AGIO. Again, I can't. I'm not telling people to do what I do, but I kept talking about this Agio just on that break. Well, I was watching it for a long time, hours. Well, as a day trader, it was eternity to see if it would take out 46. So if you took it, how you're going to trade this is up to you. But boy, this looks really interesting. You're 59.72. Just get that bid catching up to the ask a little bit more. Guys, and GME making that move. Hey guys, I'm putting myself on mute for about 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, I will be back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, this one from yesterday is SkyWest, SKYW. This was not an earnings play. Can't remember why it was up. It was up for a reason, of course, but now it is starting to fade. Now the low, yes, it's too much. The low yesterday, 77.44. GME guys, GME. Not in it. I'm not in this. Yeah, yeah, I was a couple of times, kind of scalped out, but I'm kind of waiting on. I mean, it's obviously going to have a massive move. So maybe that SMA, Jay, maybe that SMA held it. That 10 SMA might have held it. We're talking about OLMA, OLMA. Well, let's see. 30 would be the high, kind of the high post market for GME, post market yesterday. All right. Completely out of the AGIO now, guys. That was not a bad little trade. I was hoping it might go a little bit further, but as I said, I'm not really looking to trade that much right now. Ooh, look at Pulse here. Wow. Okay, let me get a weekly chart up. I'm gonna have to go back to that monthly chart just to see where those next highs are. So Pulse, PLSE, next high on the monthly chart is 1538. So there's and if we can somehow get through that, 2073. So PLSE, kind of interesting. It's crawled off the bottom. Wow, it is crawled off the bottom. About a year ago, I guess it was around $1.35. So it has crawled off the bottom there. All right, how's the VSTE doing? It's, I mean, again, guys, you never know. If you get some, if we get some volume coming into this. Remember, the float's only 1.28 million. Get some volume coming in, maybe like a volume bar like we had at 1245, something like that. You never know. Could just pop right through all this. And I think traders will be looking at this area, the what if. Bitcoin play, guys. Bitcoin play. Michael, if you were listening to him in YouTube when I was on my break, he's very bullish about Bitcoin. So, guys, a good time. If you have any questions, good time right now. I'm really not doing too much. Keep me interested if I get some questions. Okay, how about trading questions? But only only once this year. Has not been. Vancouver has not had the greatest weather for seemingly months. All right, guys. So I'm really not seeing too much. I haven't seen too many. I mean, look at this. The last, again, I know I say this, I repeat myself, but this is a very active scanner. Okay. And the last alert was at 12:55, and we're now at 1:39. This is a very active scanner. And that's the last time we had an alert here. Well, we've had some. I mean, I know what you're saying, William, and probably for you, it's been boring as heck. But I'm out of the AGIO, but you know what? It might have another leg in it. And if you're wondering where did I see AGIO, because I don't see it on any scan. I don't think I see it on any sort of a scan, but I had it thumbnailed from yesterday because of what it did yesterday. So I've got 10 thumbnail charts on my one of my other monitors, and I had that thumbnailed. So I was watching it because I don't think it showed up in any scan of mine. Yeah, C&M, man, oh man, what a miss. Yeah, okay. So finally had a bit of a bounce, 45, but a dollar bounce from here. What an amazing short, though. Basically, I was talking to Michael about that, in our YouTube room. How, yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be in earnings season. You get all these, some weeks we have 1,200 companies releasing earnings. Right now, we're down to like just a handful. But the deal is that then there are more eyeballs looking at very few stocks. And so this is the type of thing that can happen. Anybody who wants to trade earnings, they're kind of limited. But if that's sort of the thing they like to do, then this is the type of stock I'm because I'd never really heard of this one before. So again, more eyeballs looking at fewer stocks. Ooh, remember the LPA? What is LPA? Oh God, are you kidding me? On 28,000 shares. This is nonsense. I mean, this is truly nonsense, guys. I mean, 28,000 shares, up $55, 40%. Yeah, this market, I mean, guys, this market is still super resilient. I mean, every time people think it's going to just take a big header down, it says, nope. Yeah, it's untradeable. It really is. LPA, it's basically untradeable. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get my large cap race up also, okay? Because I know a lot of people don't like, these smaller cap stocks. I mean, they're not all necessarily small caps here, but it's not that I have a filter that only like I'm only looking at small caps. But what I'm going to do is just out of curiosity, take a look at the The other race that I am sharing. So this is just a variation. These are the biggest gainers from the open. You could have a large cap in here, not typically, probably not, only because, how does the stock go up a big percent if it's a large cap? But you know what? We'll see what happens here. I'll put this on another monitor for a while. So again, this is what it looks like, and I can't remember how I get the font bigger. See some of the cruisers here, guys. CCL, NCLH, a couple of the cruisers are here. So it might be something happening with them. Let's take a look at RCL, which is, in my opinion, well, not just my opinion, but take a look at the stock, RCL, all-time high. All-time high for RCL. Wow. Oh, yes, use browser interface. Okay, that's how you do it. Okay. Hmm. So, Neg, give me an example. If you're talking about like an MLGO, I mean that's so dicey, of course. But give me an example. Okay. What main things to look out for when deciding whether to short a parabolic gapping small cap stock? First of all, shorting tops and trying to play bounces, probably for me anyway, the hardest thing to do. Okay, the hardest thing to do. But if you're talking about like a low float, like an MLGO, if you had shorts available, even, I mean, it's a lot of it is to me, a lot of it is feel, but you can get destroyed also. Now, if you're talking about maybe like an OLM, an OMA earlier, which is not I don't think it's not a small cap. Well, 48 million. It's certainly not a large cap stock. So you could have been looking left. Okay. Yeah. Well, BNAI, again, you're with that low of a float. I mean, okay, this is what if I had to, I don't have shorts available. Okay. If I were looking at this, I'd be looking at these topping tails. I'd be saying, okay, again, what do these topping tails mean? It means at one point the price was up here, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. Eventually, one side is going to give up. Now, there are some, Steve Gomez, as an example, you might want to put the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Okay. He is somebody who loves to see if the stock, I don't have it on here, but if the 10 SMA, if it broke down through the 10 SMA, simple moving average on the 15-minute chart, you can maybe that might give you an idea to short it. That could be any stock, okay? Not just a low cap stock or a small cap stock. But understand these can turn on a dime too. But it's not easy. I mean, it is not easy trying to play tops. It looks after the fact, it looks really easy. Like why didn't I do that? But you might want to put like the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart and see whether or not it breaks it below it, closes below it. And then I know Steve Gomez, who will be in our YouTube room on Thursday, he talks about that a lot as a shorting opportunity. But I certainly am not. I'm not a. I don't look for shorting tops or trying to play bounces. I don't look for it. Doesn't mean I'll never do it, but I don't have scans that are designed for that. Well, actually, I do. On my homepage. I mean, you can take a look at this one on my homepage. It's called Bouncers Toppers. Give me a moment. So that could be support or resistance, right? That 10, I mean, Steve loves that. And Steve Gomez, who works at Trade Ideas, okay, he loves that 10 SMA. So if a stock is above the 10 SMA and it starts to approach it, he looks to see whether it'll bounce off that as support. Now, if it breaks down, then it becomes, a potential short, as an example. And the same thing on the way up. A stock that's below the 10 SMA as it approaches it, will that act as resistance on the way up and then move back down off it? Yeah, again, you're talking about these stocks that are well, okay, this is a penny, this is a sub $1 stock. First of all, does your broker have shares available? Mine doesn't. Interactive Brokers, they don't have shares for ALBT. So, I mean, the low float ones are and sub $1. I just don't look at them. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but I just don't look at them. As potential shorts. I have no feel for them. But on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, one of the scans I am sharing, if you scroll down, click here. One of the scans I am sharing is called Bouncers and Toppers. Okay. You can take a look at it. And typically, the topper would have to have, I think it's got to have 5-minute candles in a row up. It's got to have a high RSI, a few other things. Okay. And then you'll get an alert when it makes maybe a new high of the day or a new 5-minute low. Then you can look at it and say, okay, yeah, I like it. Maybe I'll short this one. And then the reverse, of course, is the bouncers, stocks that have made, I think, 5-minute candles down in a row, very low RSI, made a new low of the day or a 5-minute high. The 5-minute high could signal a bit of the reversal, and the 5-minute low could signal the bit of the topping reversal. So you can take a look at that, okay? And then you can always adjust it to a price range. You don't have to look at this price range that I've got. If you just want to concentrate on really cheap stocks, but shorting low float stocks not impossible, but it's certainly more risky than shorting you know the higher float stocks because they can just out of nowhere. And I have to use MLGO as an example. This candle right there, that candle right there at 10:30. I'm sorry, this one right here at 11:45. That came out of nowhere. This was doing, this was just kind of sleepy, moving back down, and all of a sudden, this just soared in seconds from 10 to 15. Imagine if you thought, okay, I'm going to short this, even if you have a stop in place. You stop it, it could have just blown through your stop. That's why typically I do not like to short low float stocks, but that's just me. And excuse me. And when you talk about support and resistance, that's something that is my idea of support and resistance may be completely different from yours and completely different from Michael Storm's and completely different from anybody else who's listening. Well, it's not easy. I mean, I always look at, you hear me say looking left. That doesn't mean that's going to be a resistance area. When I talk about looking left on a daily chart and seeing where that next high is, doesn't mean that is going to be resistance, but that's what I like to see. Others will maybe look at fib levels. They might look at pivot points. I don't do any of that. I don't look at the S1, S2, S3, and R1, R2, R3, and that doesn't mean people who are listening to me doesn't mean I'm not. I'm not saying you shouldn't either. I'm just saying that I don't. But I'm sure there are people out there that do it, and if they can, if that works for them, great. Keep doing it. I used to look at regression channels a lot, and I really found that yeah, they can work to a certain extent, but I really didn't see that it was helping me that much, and what it was doing, it was just getting me a little more confused. Again, that doesn't mean if you're sitting out there and think, well, I use linear regression all the time and it works great for me. Fantastic. Well, there you go. There's your RDG. You say you're not going to do it. You looked at the balance sheet. Okay. How ugly is this? 1.2 cents, that much? Unbelievable, isn't it? How they can take these things public. Well, what a run this one's been on, this NEOG. Holy smokes, this has been, had no I don't see any action, I don't see any action on this one in the pre-market. There's the 9:30 candle. Well, there is 9:15. Okay, that shaded area is so light, it's very hard to see. Anyway, market opens, NEOG goes from 1362 to 1539, almost straight up. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. It's a big float. So again, where did I see it? I saw it right here. So if you're looking for more stocks that are, I mean, they're not all going to do this. If they would all do this, I wouldn't be doing anything else in life. But these ones here, they're large cap gainers from the open percent. Okay, so they're going to be a little less frantic than something from here. There's the Agio as an example, and I'm sharing it. Ah, actually, how is MGNX doing? Okay, guys, I still have my price alert for MGNX. You can see why I've got this price alert here at 527. Back this out on the weekly chart just a little bit more. Just waiting to see if it can take this out at some point. I put this price alert a few days ago. Why? Well, look how much room it's got. If it can take this out at some point. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on the CORZ. It's been a disappointment from the pre-market. I mean, the pre-market it was up, but you know what? This is the type of stock. Now it's a big float. Okay, it is a big float. 156 million in the float. That's a big percentage move for that float, 42%. But you can kind of see if it can take out seven with some volume. it could start to challenge those pre-market highs of 820. So I will stick an alert, say around 705. Price alert at around 705 and see if it takes it out. I mean, the trend is up. I wish the float weren't quite as much because it's going to take a lot of volume to move this. So this is all right. So this is a travel company. Wow, it's been around since 1997. It looks like so. This looks like I'll call it as part of the cruisers. Viking. I mean, I've heard of Viking. So I don't know if this is just moving because of the rest of them are moving. The CCL, the RCL, the river cruises, right? Oh, they're not ocean bearing. Okay. Well, they've done well since their IPO, haven't they? Here's their IPO back here. Nothing, unbelievable, but from 28 of a high a few weeks ago, 32 now. All right, guys. Well, I've got about half an hour left. Okay, it's about 210 right now, 207 right now. I have about half an hour left. Again, William will keep the main room open until 4. I have to, this is to me amazing. I mean, 1255. I haven't had an alert on this momentum scan, which is very active since 1255. I mean, it's 207 now. That's how dead it is. Is that the percentage? Thank you, Applock. So Wimi, WIMI owns 73% of MLGO. It's had a good day, but not as not as good a day as MLGO. And that's a lot of it is with the float. Not that it's a high float, 76 million, but the other one is around 4.5 million. Yeah, so I mean, this is still a 565%. Whereas this one is only up 25%. But even if you factor in the difference, so if I divide, I did this before. Actually, it's not. It's pretty close if you factor in the float. Yeah, so MLGO is up 565%. If I factored in the float difference and multiplied by, the difference, etc., this wouldn't be so if it had the equivalent float of MLGO, it could be up 475%. I'm not saying that's exactly what would have happened, but okay, guys, CORZ, if you're into it, okay? CORZ is now, I think, in fact, I had a price alert for it right here. Yes. I'm not going to take it, guys. I'm done for the day, really. Something would, but I mean, it looks interesting. Over seven has got the room. Hit 823 in the pre-market, 820 in the pre-market. Well, there certainly are a lot of shorts available. Naima for CORZ, certainly at Interactive Brokers anyway, 1.93 million are available. I'm not sure I would be shorting this right now, but not no, not me, Michael. I'm not snickering at anything you did or said. Any OG guys? Wow, look at this, still moving. This has to be watched tomorrow. See if there's any sort of capitulation. The 200-day moving average, 1654. That's still $1 away. I wonder what the news is on this one. I don't see any news on this one. Look at the Agio now. I'm not in it anymore, but it's still. See, I'm reading what you said, Michael. I don't even know what you mean. So I find that funny. Um, all right. So Shady's taking CCM if it hits 130, which I don't think it did. So if it hits 130 and with a 10-cent stop, I mean, it's got a shot. The 155 is the high. Cancel it. Okay. I'll have to remember this, guys. I don't recall this ever happening. Okay, in such an active scanner, and it's dormant for almost. I mean, well, not quite, but say an hour and 45 minutes. That is, I mean, this is an active scanner. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put myself on mute right now. If there's a question, I will hop back on the mic. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute, do a couple of things on the side. Okay, so the question from our YouTube room, do I think that MLGO could be a swing trade? I mean, listen, that's a completely, I'm not going to tell you no. I would never swing it. Okay. I mean, it's 4.5 million in the float. China stock had some news, yes, but highly, to me anyway, highly risky. If you were going to swing it, where would you put your stop? Let's work at it from that angle. Where would you put your stop if you were going to swing this? And again, I personally would not be swinging this one. I'm not a big swing trader anyway, but this is not one I would pick because it's so, you just don't know where it could possibly go. But if you were going to swing it, where would you put your stop? And then we'll work backwards. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Bezavi. You're kidding. Look at the SPY. Well, I don't think the market's tanking, guys. I know your comments about on the market and the market's going to shady. I mean, I know you probably did very well here, but it seems like every single day now we're getting this rally towards the end. Now this could turn right around and we could get a giant red bar too. But this market is just not wanting to really give it up. So can you hear me, Bezavi? Where would you put your stop if you were going to swing that one, MLGO? Well, I guess you don't hear me. Yeah, I don't have shorts available for MLGO. You don't? You've been bang on though for quite a while on these short. Now, I'm assuming you had a, obviously you've covered your position, but I'm assuming you did well on that move down for the Qs, TQs. Speaker Johnson is saying that's making the market pop. I have no idea. I didn't know he was talking. He's not a Fed guy. You talking about? No, you're talking about. Was it Mike Johnson? Is that his name in the states? What's he? Did he? Was he supposed to talk? Well, I don't know who's talking or why they're talking. While you're saying Johnson is talking, somebody's saying Biden might be talking. I don't. Well, I don't know, but the market's reacting to something. Okay, guys, let's not get too political here, okay? This is an alt again. We're this is the all-time high, I guess, 534 2 weeks ago. So just hang around. Remember, I mean, these 3 weeks right here look like really. I mean, they broke down through 500. This was the week of April 15th. This looked really ominous, but since then, I could not find any news on NEOG. I could not find any news on NEOG. That's an unbelievable move, though. Really, hardly. We've got very, very small bodied red candles, just basically straight up. But even at the beginning, okay, the opening 15-minute candle is a wide body, yes, and there are been a couple of wide bodied green candles, but that's not what you really want. You want to see nice orderly ones so that people don't think, I better take some profit. Better take some profit. You get these giant, like me, I get into something and I see a giant green candle, especially one of these low floaters. I'm going to take some profit almost immediately. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:23. This is just nonstop, guys. I mean, I'm not going to chase. Oh, well, I wouldn't chase it anyway, even, but it's too late for me. But look at this. I mean, this is the next high looking left for NEOG is around 16. It's a big float. It's a great move. 14%, 203 million in the float. That is a great move. Yeah, well, Michael's going to be happy. Bitcoin now. If you're listening to Michael in our YouTube room, he's all over Bitcoin now. Bitcoin plays. And so if Bitcoin moves like it is, take a look at IBIT. So there's the high right there. I'm going to stick a price alert there. That is the high, which is I think this tracks Bitcoin pretty closely, right? IBIT, if not bang on. I know it's the Bitcoin Trust. I do understand that, but so I just wanted to confirm. I mean, so if I had a chart of Bitcoin, it would look like this in the last few weeks. I'm assuming it is a perfect correlation. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Just need always good to have a confirmation. I don't trade Bitcoin, so well, if I were looking for something to do, I might take a look at a short of Ulma right around here, around that 1423 mark, or get long at 1484. Sort of, which way is it going to go? All right. So if you're going to put a stop at 945, that's pretty tight on a stock like that. But I'm talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room regarding, but it's so risky. You're talking about a low float China stock that, yes, had some news today. Personally, I'd probably have to put a stop at least at the low of these candles, 768. You're talking about putting a stop at 945, which is really tight for a stock that can move like that. But it's up to you. Okay. I certainly don't want to say don't do it. And then, after hours, it goes to 100. So completely up to you. I do remember Shady. Yes. You kind of called the lows, I think. Yeah, right around here. Well, it looked like you were bang on, Captain Para. Double top there 2 days ago. Market taking out the last two so far, anyway. This is another one that has just been on a tear here. EVH, not quite the same as NEOG, but quite quite a tear since 130 EVH. Next high looking left. Still got room, man. It's still got room. 2287. Yeah, thank you, Papa John. I mean, we remember when all those Bitcoin or all those ETF. This I know Kathy Wood has one, but I can't remember what it is, but this seems to be the most popular one. I may be wrong, but seems to be the most popular one of all the ones that came out back here. There were about 10 of them, weren't there? So this crazy one, this SWIN, I guess I mean I still don't know for sure if it's got anything to do with Ethereum, if and when Ethereum has an ETF. Somebody mentioned that this week, 2 weeks ago when it went crazy, that it might have something to do with Ethereum. I mean, it's very messy right now. Another one. Boy, well, a lot of them, of course, are just doing what the market's doing, MGNI. But has that been approved? ETHE, has that actually been approved? You know what I mean? I thought they were talking about the same idea as all the Bitcoin ETFs. Yeah, but has this been, well, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought there were going to be a bunch of Ethereum ETFs launched, not unlike the Bitcoin ETFs. This reminds me of the old, what was the pink sheet one? I know it still trades. GBTC. So I mean, it's on a pink sheet. Okay, it's on the pinks. I guess we're talking about. I mean, this still trades, but I guess I'm talking about something listed on a non-pink sheet exchange. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, I think I'll just wrap it up for myself. What I'm going to do is in our YouTube room, I'm going to put the main trading room link so you can head over if you want to. William will keep the room open until 4. Stick around another 3 minutes if there are any questions. No, it is not dead. No, it is not dead. MLGO is not quite dead. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, if you put a price alert at around 1170, the high of that candle, and it tears through, you never know what might happen at the end of the day. Okay, guys, I'm wrapping this up for me. So I put the YouTube link in. Sorry, I put the main trading room link in our YouTube room, so you can head over to our main room if you want. So thanks for all the help all day long. Exciting day. And I'll get on the mics tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. We'll see you then. I'm stopping the screen sharing now in the main room. And now I must shut down our YouTubers.